Hello.
Good morning. Well, that's actually good afternoon. Whatever. My day
Hello.
has started. How you doing today, Wooly?
Not too bad. How you feeling?
I'm all right.
I got a crick in my neck cuz
Oh no.
yeah, it's when you like change beds, then you also have to like change pillows sometimes and things, and like I have a bit of a very particular setup because my hair makes it so that like to get my head comfortable, the pillow needs to have the right amount of give, and it's a whole to do, unfortunately.
Now, I have a question to ask you, not just as a person who doesn't have dreads, but as a person who doesn't really have any hair to speak of whatsoever.
Mhm.
Uh, you have a significant amount of hair at
Padding.
like, on the back end of your. Does that not function as like an emergency pillow?
It does, but the thing is that it moves around, obviously. And I mean, if I can bandana it up, but like, yeah, it can
Mhm.
serve as a pillow. But like, it's not an. I used to be able to kind of just sleep anywhere under any conditions.
I
Um,
remember that.
and I guess time and age have made that a bit harder to do. And like now, the problem is like the padding of the hair is still nice, but sometimes it's like not enough on its own. So you need something to kind of also push up enough. And I'm a side sleeper,
Your
so
side
I
sleeve. Okay, so yeah,
so I need enough elevation off of the from my shoulder to my neck. Like there's not enough hair to really pack in my head laying down. So I need to have something that's just strong enough to keep my spine straight, and the search for the proper configuration is tricky.
I went to bed the other night and Paige had gone to bed earlier and stolen my pillow, and we have different pillows,
Hmm.
and it was a nightmare because I did not want to wake her, but and her pillow is fine, but it wasn't my pillow.
Yeah.
And so for like an hour I was like, this fucking god damn it, it's
Hmm.
the wrong, my head's at the wrong, fuck.
Yeah. I had.
Awful.
Yeah. It's a fucking ordeal. I ended up getting one that is like they have these ones that have a dip in the middle. So imagine a
Mhm.
normal pillow, except you almost create a donut like hole in the middle, but it's not a full hole. It's just like way flattened out, and that basically your neck can like go into the fat part, and then the rest of your head can sink into the center. And like that's doing all right, but still have waking up with little neck cricks, So yeah, that's currently my adventure.
eh well, crick in the neck isn't the end of the world, but it is that constant annoyance. I feel like there's a really specific kind of chronic pain that is the worst, which is like it hurts, but sometimes it hurts just little enough that you forgot it was there, so that
Yeah.
you can surprise yourself with the oh right
Yeah, and it goes away, and then it's like after a couple, like an hour or two, so you kind of forget about it. Um, I also have a thing where, because of the way, I don't know, just because of the way like my apartment is, most of the time when Punch Mom comes to talk, she's always on my left, and she will constantly come from like, what is basically like 10 o'clock, you know? And so I'm always turning my head that way to face her to talk to her for a bunch, and then and then after a long conversation, I go fuck me, like my head was locked this way for so long. So like now I've kind of just gotten into like I'm just gonna turn away and like please come stand over here or sit over here if this conversation
just
goes past a couple seconds. You
just
know,
stare straight down and talk to the floor.
there's that too. There is that too. The benefits of looking away while you talk is that you can do cool anime lines. You know, while not having eye
Do you
contact, you can hold a fist up to
do you
emphasize
do
things.
cool anime lines in your apartment, Wooly?
I don't, but I wish I did.
I don't believe you. I think you've done them.
I've
I think
definitely
you've
I've definitely explained what they were to her, and then like did the walk away and stop with my back turned, and then turn my head slightly to give a last final line. And then she's like, "Okay, I know what this stupid shit is. Now that I've seen that, I know exactly what you're talking about."
Oh.
And you have to wonder too, if I'm like looking at that going like, I bet you that was just the product of, this is the easiest thing to animate. We can draw,
yeah.
Right? People facing away from each other having these conversations in anime is just because we can put the cell here and the cell there and have them slide, and that's all it was, and now it's an actual conversational trope.
I hate it.
I don't think there's any other medium that like has a completely different way of conversing that is like synonymous with the style.
I'm trying to think. There's
musicals, I guess, because musicals just break into song and no one knows if they're diegetic or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking of like the wrestling microphone discussion from a distance in which you can barely see the other person.
Yeah.
Does that count?
No, that doesn't strike me as weird, because everyone that's using a mic in wrestling is aware that there's an audience and they're putting on a show for them, right? And they're aware that, and like their beef is because they want to be strongest in the eyes of the crowd. So that they're still within the realm of like what is normal, There's no behavior where no one's around and then they're pulling their microphones out and doing that. That's the thing here, is that like it's like, no, why would you talk to someone with your back turned in a way where they can't hear you? I want to say Shazam in the climax fight did a really great job of making fun of one of those moments where they're having a flying conversation from super far away.
And it's like a goddamn thing.
Yeah, why would you, and that's something that's huge too, is just like distance meaning nothing in certain stories. Or
I think
anime.
My favorite, I want to say Eli was the first person to point it out to me in one of his videos, but I've seen it elsewhere, which is like, okay, here's a quote from Gohan saying that Vegeta and whoever are throwing punches faster than the speed of light. Now let's cut to Vegeta talking to his opponent.
Mm-hmm.
And what? Yeah. No, that's a lie. That is a fucking lie.
No, time, you can't ever hold time accountable in these things. We've already discussed like JoJo thought time, and like, yeah, mid-fight time where someone's like got their hands up and they're in the middle of blocking and they're looking for an opening, like Ippo time, you know what I mean? And you're just like, yeah, like, no, you can't, that time is always broken forever in these fights. But volume is one of those things that like never gets explained, but it's there. And I guess the idea is like, if you're just like a strong enough person, you have amazing hearing. So like if someone is standing on a cliffside watching as two other people are fighting below, like whatever that person on the cliffside says is totally can be heard, by the people fighting below. Or if there's a moment where one of them like even like has I'm coming for you next, they can absolutely have a real conversation as Dio stands up there and Jonathan stands below. Makes no sense, but it's a thing.
Time and space in the anime medium are suggestions.
Yeah.
Implications.
Anyway, so to avoid neck crick, I usually start turning away. That's my move.
Why don't you just, like, only use your eyes for, like, a day? Like, refuse to turn your head for any reason. So it's either your whole torso, like a robot, or just your eyes. Can you do a modified robot all day?
I mean, if I had a neck injury, I'd have to, so I can't imagine it being that hard. For a second, I thought you meant have a conversation just using your eyes, and then I was like, "What are you?"
No, no,
talking
no.
about?
That's hard. That's difficult. No, no. I mean, like, just refuse to move your neck all day.
How about we try having a conversation just using our fighting intent, and seeing if we can reach each other's words that way by
Yeah, this is
entering
the guy
the alternate
that doesn't
realm.
say anime lines around his house. Everybody, I
Yeah.
totally believe you. So,
Like-
what have you been doing with your week aside from totally not saying anime lines inside your house, Wooly?
This week in particular was yeah, pretty fun. Got some disco in there, working our way through to the what I would assume would be the finale.
I clicked in one of your YouTube videos the other day, and I saw you talking to the hardcore bunch.
That's a huge side quest. That's a huge side quest.
That side quest is so massive that it, like, I feel like both in universe and out of universe for the player, it sidetracks the investigation into a completely new game for a couple hours.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. We were locked in there for a while. The entire church is almost like an alternate campaign. Wild, but very cool. Very, very cool. And yeah, I mean, not much else to say until like we get there. So Disco Elysium is still amazing. Samurai Gun 2 is out in early access, and we had a Salt Party episode and popped that in for a little bit. And man, that is a really fun game, and that's a really fun sequel to a fun game. And I don't know if you remember Samurai Gun 1, but it was...
I barely do. I barely do.
So it was one of the platform fighters that we played for like Fisticuffs back in the day.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, pixel art. You have a slash button for your sword. You have a bullet button for your shooting, and you can slash the bullets back at your opponents.
Oh, I remember this now. Yeah. That
wall
game was
jumping,
fun.
very fast, very like random stage select, kind of just going on a quick roulette kind of thing. And it was just it was just a really fun, simple game where you jumped off the walls and slashed each other and shit. Really, really cool. Always had a good fun. And it was a game that was like you could play 4 people, go kind of party mode on it, or you could do duels. And if you had like 2 people that were like even scored at the end, then they would do like a showdown in like a bamboo field or something like that, So, Samurai Gun, super rad, and it had like a nice music too. Now the sequel takes that, keeps the art style, expands on it by making a couple of different characters that have like unique traits to them, adds a really cool graphic novel and like art style to the like full art and the menus and such, adds an adventure mode, and just builds on top of what was there. And the overwhelming feeling I got was, God damn, I wish this is what Nidhogg 2 was. Because it did for Samurai Gun.
I have the look on my face. I don't know. It's like it's an expression. It's an expression of pain.
It's what everyone hoped Nidhogg 2 would be, And it takes what you love, builds on top of it, adds a little more depth for like duels, and just everything it does complements what it was to begin with, So some of the important additions is before you used to have 3 bullets, and then you could slash them back to return to sender and things like that. Now you also have a dash button that uses a bullet.
Okay.
And that dash...
Are your bullets limited?
3.
3, yeah, okay.
But that dash now modifies any actions that you do within it. So, you can shoot a bullet, and then slash it immediately afterwards, Ultra Kill style, to create a wobbling bullet that moves slower, or you can dash, and while you're dashing, you can shoot to get a super bullet that moves ultra fast, and like goes through things and stuff. Then you can try to deflect a super bullet, but you'll get knocked over without dying. You get staggered. Or you can dash slash to super deflect it back, and like there's a whole little secondary thing happening there where by introducing the dash button, and when you are dashing, you are invulnerable for those frames. You have iframes on that movement, so you have a nice little like, oh fuck, explosive explosive option, and it also allows you, when you use the dash, to shoot on diagonals.
Okay, so in the original game, what did you have? I feel like you had jump, shoot, and slash.
Yes.
This
correct.
is a massive increase in complexity.
And you had cardinal directions. You had 4 directions that you were operating with. By using the dash button here, you create 8 as an but it spends a limited resource, of course, to do it. Really cool, if you can't dash through a bullet, you still have to reflect it, but like you can dash through sword swipes and things like that. So this is a really simple and awesome addition to what was it's three options before, as you listed. Here's a fourth one.
The fourth one seems like it's not additive, it's multiplicative to the interaction base.
Exactly, but it doesn't take away what was there before, and that is that's a perfect example of like building a sequel, expanding on what was there. Furthermore, unique characters. So you've got like Hayao, who's like a wolf man, and he's faster than most of the cast, and he can climb walls. You've got Ghost, a girl that she disappears when she does her dash for a couple seconds, so then you can like stealth up on people, or you can do a ghost bullet.
Old spirit.
Yeah, so her dash bullet is invisible. You've got Golem, who can create like a really strong wobble bullet, and just all these little, just again, tweaks and character specific things, and all of that is it just comes together really, really well. So it's an early access right now. We tried it out for a bit, and then on Salt Party, and then we did adventure mode, which is also not finished, but it's co-op, 3 players on a map running around, jumping into different stages and fighting off, a room full of enemies, with different challenges and configurations and items you can unlock, and different weapon switching that you can get as well. So man, it's just a really, really solid sequel, it seems like, so far. And I expect if they keep building what they got here, it's going to be a fucking hell of a party game. Just a great sequel to something that was very solid, and try not to think about Nidhogg too.
So I was able to answer my own question because I had remembered Samurai Gun, and I had remembered going home and been like, oh, it's only local play. And I went to the Samurai Gun 2 webpage and discovered an online PvP and shared split-screen PvP options.
Mm-hmm.
As well as online co-op.
Yes.
Oh, man, thank God. I felt like that was a huge kneecap for a lot of these games. Willie, do you remember a game... Oh, God. I want to say it was called Stardust Crusaders, but that's not what it was. It was a mecha game.
I do. Yes. But it was similar to that.
Stardust Vanguards.
Yes.
And I was like, wow, what a great game. I'm going to go home and play it with no one. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what a bummer. For a lot of these, like, really good indie games that are like these, I don't know what to call them, like screen fighters or something, where you're a very tiny person.
Yeah, platform fighter, platform fighters and party games, yeah. I mean, they, that's the thing is, like, the era of, like, the couch fun for these things definitely changed, when you're putting it out, because this is also a Switch game, right? Samurai Gun 2, and like on Switch it makes a ton of sense because it's like, yeah, it's a Switch. You're gonna just grab a Joy-Con and play it, But yeah, online is again really crucial nowadays for what's going on, and this fortunately does have it. Also, I didn't know this, but I see here designed by Bo Blythe, co-creator of Hyper Light Drifter. So the style is now...
That makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
Hyper Light Drifter absolutely shares, like, feel with Samurai Gun.
Tons of style.
I was just talking about the Hyper Light Drifter, like, 2 days ago, and was like, man, that game's fucking incredible. I feel like even though it was like one of the big Kickstarter, like, look at this indie game, wow, Hyperlight, right? When it came out, it didn't get the pop that it deserved, but man, that game's awesome.
So I wonder, to me, that represents the visual style of the era it's from that will never age. Not all
well,
pixel
depends who
art.
You ask.
I guess, if it's someone who's like, fuck all sprites or whatever, but not counting silly straw man people. Like, I feel like not like some pixel art ages. Not all pixel art is like amazing and stands the forever test of time. Like, clearly, right. You see Sonic go through different games and looks better over time. Mario looks better over time through different games. Like, but right. Like Hyperlight is just absolutely gorgeous, and I feel like that is like it's pretty much like capping what you're doing with pixel art quality when you're hitting that like old PC style insane amounts of like almost like fractal detail on every like energy blast and every little lighting specular highlight in the background and things like that. Like, it's really, really pretty.
Yeah, Hyperlight also, like, it evokes a maybe Super Nintendo era, but it's one of those games that it's like, dude, your Super Nintendo would shoot you with a gun if you tried to put this in it. Like, the color palette alone would melt that fucking thing.
And so to me, and I guess I'll, you know what, to avoid having this come across like super insane or whatever, I'll say, to me personally, that represents a thing that will never age. Like, that's a fucking perfect quality of sprite art. And
I remember having what might be the pettiest argument I've ever had, one that I just was so of disbelief that I couldn't believe it, was right after one of the old podcasts with one of you guys, in which they described they didn't care for Hyperlight Drifter because it was just 2D animation and it wasn't doing anything new, so they didn't care about it at all.
Wow.
And it looked like they didn't try very hard because all they did was use 2D sprites.
Okay. Well,
and I was just like, what? But it looks good. It looks good.
So to me, this is a, like, take that era, take that style, and you can freeze it forever in this, like, with this level of glory and detail in your sprite animation. When you take it up to 3D, for me, that becomes something closer to the Daytona USA style 3D, the Jet Set Radio style 3D, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk now capturing a lot of that energy. That style of 3D where you have a particularly cel-shaded kind of like bright flat texture, to me is like a perfect encapsulation of low poly era.
The Nocturne re-release on PC or Switch or whatever?
I'm pretty sure I have, but let's pull it up.
Like, it is it's not bright because it's SMT, but it's flat, and as a result, like, it stood the test of time pretty goddamn well. Like, clean up the edges, and like it looks like it's a dedicated style rather than a technical limitation.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It still has the gradients on its texture work, but like that goes with the Kaneko art style.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, right?
I see what you're talking about.
if you made it flat, and it is easier when you make it bright. Like Mega Man Legends is a really good example where that looks great right now.
Exactly. Mega Man Legends is the actually the right example. Thank you. That's what my brain wanted to really pull towards. I wasn't saying that. Exactly.
Flat and it's bright.
So Hyper Light Drifter, Mega Man Legends, right? These are like fucking just like pinnacle style representation, and I guess I'm like, what other generations moving forward have that level of like forever permanent perfect clarity? I'm probably not wording this as best as I can, but I want you to try and interpret my energy here.
So, two things. One, I'd like to mention to you, Wooly, that there is a buzz/cable situation going on with your microphone.
Give me a moment. Okay, so it's not fixed. I muted myself so I can fix it. So hold on a moment.
Ha!
You can still hear it, right?
I can't hear it. It was. Okay. I'm just looking at our chat, going, the buzz.
Okay. Okay, we're good.
Okay. And I don't know, man. So, like, was 7th generation the 360 PS3 era?
4th was Super Nintendo, so
I feel like that's the 7th. Well, regardless, I'll just skip it. The 360 PS3 era, looking back on it, fucking sucked ass and was the worst era of video games ever, and had like all the shittiest business shits ever in them, and everything ran like shit.
Okay, I remember having this debate with you now because I was like, that's nuts because of how much fun I got out of Xbox Live Arcade and how much fun I had with my 360.
Right.
And I think it came down to I was looking at different parts of the industry from you, and a bunch of the trends that we have now that are mainline industry shit that suck, I did not give a wholehearted fuck about in that era. So I was playing my fun shit.
So I want to point out that, like, for example, the 360 era was the invention of the online pass, right? That was terrible. That was god awful.
Shovelware started becoming a thing around then. The awful movie tie-in Brash era as well, of games that movie tie-in games always came out and always sucked, but like they got in their power, it grew during that era, and you're not wrong about that.
Like the when I say everything,
but there was so
ran
much
like shit, I really mean it. Like even the PS4, Xbox One era of games where games ran bad, like it was to be assumed every single game you played was going to run like shit. And because of Call of Duty, that was like the brown gray shooter era where games didn't have color. Like the average game I played was like, and Connect was that generation.
It was that generation as well. And here's the other thing. A lot of what I fondly enjoyed were high-res ports of Dreamcast games.
Yeah, of course you did.
Soul Calibur and Virtua On and
did.
Like
you
res
XBLA, and those were indie games and ports of old console games.
Yeah, totally, you know. But the era of Bald Protagonist Man was one that I definitely, you know, just didn't pay attention to. Well, or rather didn't care much for.
When
Mirror's Edge 1 came, I loved it, did its thing.
When I'm thinking of like the 360 era, I think of like games like Fracture
Mm-hmm.
and Quantum Theory.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think of like poorly optimized Unreal Engine 3 store-bought assets, right? I don't think that is going to be a oh, remember those times kind of visual aesthetic.
But what my question is actually trying to find is, within the era, there are peers to to Mega Man Legends and Hyper Light Drifter that are trash as well. What I'm thinking about is like, what, if anything, can approach like a perfect representation of that era?
Honestly, I have one example. Um, I fell off it recently, but I had been playing a lot of Scarlet Nexus a few weeks ago, and that's a Vita game.
Huh.
That's a straight up like anime specific brand of anime with colored lines, visual novel aesthetic, specific action controls Vita game that would sit right next to like God Eater or Freedom Wars or something like that.
Mm. But
And to me, when I think of the Vita era, it's like that style of anime game.
will it age?
I don't know. It looks pretty good now.
Okay. Because that's I guess what I'm. That's another little quality in my head is like, this represents this thing to this era, and I can freeze it here forever and look back at that and go, fuck, that little hallway that you run around with in Mega Man Legends 1 where you kick the can. Like, I'm like, yeah, the sound of that hallway and the can and the way he looks and everything and all the vehicle, like the whole thing is just great.
I'm just thinking of
anything approaching or attempting to capture realism immediately is going to age badly, so that almost doesn't apply, you know?
I can think of two old games off the top of my head right now that went for a realistic graphic style and still look absolutely stellar. Like, God, when did the first one come out? Let me check before I make this point.
I think I have an answer.
2009.
Okay.
Really?
I think I have an answer, though.
2008 is the game I'm thinking of, which is the Dead Space games. Dead Space 1 and 2 look stellar today despite going for realism.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Because I was gonna say, like, if people are throwing out like Halo and Tony Hawk, and I'm like, you're misunderstanding the question. A Halo game is stuck in time. It's attempting to be a sci-fi realistic thing that's not going.
Every Halo game looks like the Xbox, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, Mass Effect is limited by what it was attempting to do at the time, but it's still, it's not to say they look bad, it's just that will it age is a different question from does it look good.
Yeah,
you know. I think I'm gonna say something, maybe, how about like Journey, right? That feels like that can probably stay as is and not necessarily age.
I would agree with that.
I'll put Journey as that generation's version of that then.
Yeah, the only issue there is the Journey is by no means indicative of the rest of that generation, the same way that, say, certain types of pixel arts were indicative of the Super Nintendo, or Genesis has a slightly different look to the Super Nintendo, but you can always tell which one they're emulating when you get to the music, and if it's brow 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 brow, like is the music like disgusting and grimy and sounds like the machine is broken, then yeah, you're playing a Genesis like classic.
Though the fact that growing up past that and then later on finding out that like a whole generation of not me people that grew up with whatever, with Sega, are nostalgic towards these objectively worse sounding soundtracks.
Oh, I absolutely adore the way the Genesis sound engine sounds.
It's like whatever you got is what you got when you're younger, man.
I'll tell you that the Super Nintendo sound chip was like clearly better. It could do way more channels. It could do different types of sound, like way better. But there are a couple soundtracks on
Hmm.
on Genesis. Streets of Rage is obviously
Hmm.
one.
Hmm.
There's the Cyborg Justice thing that I made you
Yes.
look at.
Yes.
There's Comic Zone, and there's a couple. There's the X-Men
X-Men,
games,
X-Men definitely.
in which they decided, okay, we have a really grimy soundtrack, a sound chip. Let's make grimy music,
So there
and
was a
it works
thread.
really well.
There was a thread on like NeoGAF years ago after we had this discussion where going through that, I kind of like cemented. I was like, okay, you know what? Brilliant composers will take their tools and find a way. And there are examples of Genesis music that they posted in that thread that were like, this is the best you're gonna get with this. They killed it, absolutely. Some amazing sounding shit, even though the instrument was inferior. You know, there are some amazing examples. Thunder Force is the best one. Thunder Force 4, I think, is the most unbelievable thing for like that I've heard off of like Genesis and Sega related shit. Like crazy good sounding. And that's full credit to the sound designers and composers for working with what they had.
To answer your question, like, is there a look for certain generations that won't like age? I don't know, because the seventh generation is a good example because its look was utterly defined by Unreal Engine 3.
Yeah.
There are certain there's a people who played the first two BioShocks or Mass Effect or Gears of War will know exactly what I mean. There is a really, really specific shade of green that the Unreal Engine 3 does very well. There's also a really, really specific shade of dark blue that does really, really well and is totally overpowering for that generation. And if you made a game in that style or era, it would be that green and blue and the red also. And the game would have a lot of boxy, waist-high environments.
Sure. Yeah, I think unfortunately, like most good games that we think of and that we like end up being disqualified simply because like they do age, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing: to people people who are 20, if we're sitting here telling them, man, the Super Nintendo games didn't age at all, man, look at Chrono Trigger, that looks great, and they're gonna look at us and go, what are you crazy, old man?
Well, no one said that.
That looks like a baby toy.
No one said that. The only thing said was Hyper Light Drifter represents like a peak quality sprite animation style. Anyone who heard that what you just said in their brains and blasted that internally literally did not listen to the conversation, turned it into their own thing, and then started fighting with the shower brush. That person is arguing with nobody because no one said what you just said about sprites.
Okay.
I specifically talked about Hyper Light Drifter.
Okay.
Anyway,
I got carried away.
That's all right. Right now, today, I wonder if Strive is in this discussion. Because I think, and I've said this before, when I saw the first trailer for Strive, I was like, we're not talking about best looking fighting game anymore. We're talking about like best looking games. I really, really think they're doing incredible things with that cel shading style. But I don't know what other comparisons we're going to make for this discussion.
I don't think that Strive specifically will be the thing to push forward. I think it should be more relegated to ArcSys of the past 5 years in general. Because all of their 3D it has a definite tone and style to it. and they're all different. Like, I think Grand Blue looks better than Strive personally, but that's because I just prefer the type of shading the Grand Blue characters have.
Yeah, I disagree, but the main thing that like sells it for me is the quality of the animation in addition to the models. Like Exerd looked incredible, but like and Grand Blue and Dragon Ball look incredible as well. And they each improved, but like the way the like the any of the super startup animations, you know, show off a big old animation flex that they weren't doing in all those previous examples. So the way you can see Strive outdoing their previous games is with those close-up animations.
I think if you had to pick a single game that jumped out as like definitive of like Arxis's era and holding up the best, it would probably be Dragon Ball, because like this is gonna sound weird and contradictory. Dragon Ball doesn't look as good as Grand Blue, and it definitely doesn't look as good as Strive, but it looks
the best Toriyama style you can get. It
looks perfect. Yeah. It looks exactly what it should be.
It has a cap for what it's supposed to be. There's nothing like, you know what Dragon Ball is based on Toriyama's artwork, so you know what it's going for. So there is a place that you are satisfied with it, like achieving. There's a level you're satisfied with it achieving. Yeah. Yeah, well, anyway, it's an interesting thing, you know, because like I feel as if no matter what the answers are to this question, if there are any, they become harder and harder to define the further out you go. You know, I feel like those two examples are like really locked in, and then like as we get closer and closer to now, it just becomes more and more nebulous. Because as you said, like when games are based on an entire on sharing the same engine, for example, you're just gonna have a look that like, well, I mean, look, if we go back to like early N64, you're like, yeah, all of this looks like struggling to get polygons working.
And when I think of the N64, I think of low polygon counts and Vaseline.
But yeah, but not even in it. But it ages poorly.
Oh, you know? Boy!
In a very very like even if you emulate it and crispen everything up, it still looks like shit. In some cases.
There's something about that era when people do it's like low poly 3D models, like a PS1 64 era. It's always funny to me because there's three things they always do, despite being not accurate and not even part of the nostalgia. Number one is the frame rate is like a real frame rate. Games of that era ran at like 15 frames a second. Like they just ran like that. They ran badly. Number two is they take the N64's Vaseline off the screen. Nobody tries to emulate that console's video output, like ever. And for the PS1 style games, nobody is going to be recreating the fact that the PlayStation 1 couldn't track pixels through depth and thus had that horrible texture warping on every single texture that the PS1 ever had. Nobody's going to do that texture warp crap.
There was a great Twitter account that was posting up side-by-side comparisons of like artwork from like pixel art from a lot of old games, specifically usually like portraits, where if you're looking at it crisp as fuck on a monitor, you're losing the blur from an old CRT, and you're losing the glare that made the artwork look better.
Yeah. I'm being told by now, by the way, that Paratopic and Ultra Kill both do the texture warping that I'm referring to, so good for them. Yeah, I follow that CRT account. That CRT account is incredible.
It's so cool to see, like, again, artists that fucking like know the medium they're working with. You're not just drawing the thing or creating the sprite art to you know, convey whatever you're trying to convey with the grid you have to work with. You're also looking at the end result on a TV screen, blurred and shining and like they figured out like specifically like like when you look at this crisp, it doesn't look as good with all that haze, blur, Vaseline, dithering, and all the other bullshit you're looking at on a CRT. The portrait looks way better.
This is the
super cool
account at CRT Pixels.
CRT Pixels.
I'm gonna retweet the magnum opus of examples on my Twitter at Pat Staresat. I'll be retweeting it right now at 3:52 p.m. Eastern. It's the comparison between a direct feed capture of Dracula's portrait in Symphony of the Night versus what it looks like on a high quality CRT TV. I'll actually send it to you, Wooly, so you can be reminded. It's night and fucking day. It is a child's scribble versus a painting.
It's insane.
It is absolutely absurd.
Like it's because the softening on all of his hair, all of his like highlights and all of his lowlights, everything like that. Just like you when you go back and you pop this in a modern port or modern emulated version, you're not even looking at the same fucking game.
Yeah, and the Dracula example is perfect because he has a single red pixel for each eye that a CRT, due to its curve and the way that the scan lines would go off, would smear across into 5 pixels of various reds that would like create a different look that only works because he had like gray and white in their vicinity. It's incredible. And it's a bummer because like, we'll get a digital version of Street Fighter 2 and you'll play Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo on a digital release on your Xbox or your PC, and it looks like shit compared to what it actually looked like in the arcades.
And so some of these re-releases will include filters, but I feel like none of those filters ever really, actually capture what we're talking about here, like perfectly.
I think Street Fighter 3 Online Edition has a really good CRT filter, but it's pretty rare. Also, I'm going to die because I'm looking at people in this chat going,
I saw that. I don't think that's real. I don't think that's real.
There are multiple.
I saw the one and I didn't acknowledge it because I didn't think it was real. I didn't think it was real.
Now.
It's not real. All right.
It is real. There are people out there that don't know.
No, it's not real. And here's why it's not real. Because you know what a fucking 8-track is. You know what a laser disc is. You know what...
Yeah, but I'm really smart.
Okay.
Completely destroyed there by how smart I am. Can't beat that.
No, like not being born in the era of a particular thing doesn't mean you like, have not ever. Anyway, whatever. Old TVs, yes.
I don't know what we were talking about to get here. We were talking about Samurai Gun, and then I talked about Hyper Light Drifter.
Samurai Gun's very good. I also played 5 Force Fighters, which is currently on Kickstarter right now. Indie fighting game being made by Kaizen Creed. I think 2 brothers working on this project. It is what I would describe as the homies in detention making a fighting game and putting all your crew in it. It's got a little bit of the black Goku energy. It's got a little bit of...
Oh, yeah, it totally does. I'm seeing it.
It's got a little bit of Aaron Magruder energy, right? Huey and Riley. It's great. It's absolutely... at lunchtime, we're sitting around the table designing our OCs, and now one of our friends is making the game, and we're all going to put our characters in, and it's going to be sick. But it's an indie fighting game. Right now, the 2 main characters are Coco and Pebbles.
That's gonna change.
And no, it's not.
Oh yeah.
And it's pretty wild. It feels The controls wise, they're going for a Smash like control system. So there's tilts, there's B button, A button kind of vibes, a block button, evasive maneuvers, and things like that. Really early right now, ran into some problems setting up the controller and shit like that with the demo that's available. So keep in mind if you go to the Kickstarter, which is currently hitting its stretch goals, and you grab it, like player 1 works fine, but like the moment you start getting player 2 and shit in there, you have to basically load it through Steam and then do a Steam reconfiguration of the controllers, because it's fucking early. But with that, like Reggie and I got some games going, and it's really fun. The characters, it's basically, just you take a Smash style control scheme, but like you make it insanely fast, and you make it so that like your B button moves are way more over the top and extreme, but you have a limited usage of them because you have a meter that they rely on. So imagine if you made all of the B button moves like huge EX attacks that were crazy good, but you only had a few of them, and then you had to build back up to getting them, you know? Really fun, and like, you know, obviously balance is kind of nuts right now too. Like I found an infinite, or what seems to be an infinite, nice and early. And even with that infinite threat in the picture, Reggie still was able to like just like do some other crazy shit that did enough damage to avoid what I was doing. And overall it seems like a promising project. I would like to see the characters in the trailer kind of like come to life. There's a couple other, like there's like a heavy like buff girl that's a character that's coming, and then like a couple of other bosses have been teased, but the overall vibe of just like the high school back of the binder, you know, fighting game coming to life is a fun one, and I'm super down for supporting that and pumping it. So 5 Force Fighters is what it's called. Check it out on Kickstarter, take a look, and check out the combo videos especially. This is another one that's been, you might have seen it in the form of just like Twitter combo videos randomly flying around, you know. Sometimes you go like, hey, what the fuck is that? Is if you see one with like a couple dudes with afros doing like some wild breakdancing EX wall bounce Marvel type shit, you might have been looking at 5 Force Fighters. That was a lot of fun. And then, you know, I continued playing Strive, and that's going well. I'm enjoying things with that. We'll have more to say on the docket. And then I was playing some Teppen. And
you were playing some Teppen?
I was playing some Teppen. And currently, it's interesting because in fighting games, I have a character I love, thus I pick that character till death, do us part,
right.
And we ride or die and suffer together. But when it comes to card games like Teppen, because I don't particularly, like, I'm just less invested overall, I fly around the cast as need be. And
well, it's also more archetypal than your average fighting game.
Fair enough. But like I've picked up and switched mains here and there as I've, you know, like as anything has struck my fancy. And I was currently working on a I was working within like a Jill meta deck that was currently like doing pretty good for a while. And then suddenly last night I got hit with some wild X shit. Some crazy new X fucking gimmick deck popped out of nowhere, and the way you know, like, you're looking at a new viral gimmick deck in the game is when you get hit with it, then you go and try to test it out. You try to recreate it and test it out in unranked, and then you come across someone else who's also testing it out at the same time.
Okay.
You know, and I'm just like, yeah. This new ridiculous shit. I could tell something was wrong halfway through the match when, like, the person was down to like half their life and they weren't trying to do anything particularly aggressive. And I'm like, oh, you've got a dumb gimmick coming. What's it gonna be?
That's gonna be a combo.
Either you're asleep at the wheel or something stupid's coming, and something stupid did come. In this particular case, there's an X super called Gaia Armor, where he makes all 3 of his cards untargetable.
Okay.
And then he plays a card called Tsuruhime, which is a character who, every time your hero's life heals, their damage increases.
Right.
And then you have cards that you play that are very low cost that heal you and heal your cards a little bit.
And it just goes and goes.
So you put 3 of these cards down, you make them untargetable, and then you heal up all that damage you took for the first half of the game, and then you create 3 cards that cannot be targeted with over 10 damage on each card, which means within 2 lines, that's the end of the game. They're like, this is stupid. I was
playing a deck earlier today in Runeterra, which is the long and short of it is that you build up enough cards that you throw down like 5 attack cards, and then you load up what's her name, Severe, I think her name is, and her special ability once leveled up is that she gives all of her abilities to every card available. And she has an ability called Quick Attack, which is if 2 cards are going to strike but the other one will die, you take no damage. And so now you have an entire board of units that will kill the blocker before they take damage.
Okay.
And it just sweeps the board.
Yeah, so Teppen has something called Crush. That sounds similar. That shit's really good when you have these like we don't trade, I win. Any of those moments are like really good.
Yeah, that would be the Quick Attack equivalent.
So that ship popped up and I was like, okay, time to figure out this new insane X fucking meta, X Factor, and then also figure out how to kill it, and it feels as if, like, because speed matters in this game, unlike other card games, speed matters, which I know you kind of understand a bit now.
I do.
Right?
We'll get to that in a moment.
So it feels as if this deck that I just described, the weakness would be in the time between them quickly putting all 3 cards on the board and then actually casting their super to make them untargetable. You have to kill the cards then. You have a 2 or 3 second window, perhaps even like less if they have the super already stocked up. But and then the other thing they'll do sometimes is like there's a card that was like V from DMC5, right? The mysterious one. And I described him before. He was incredibly strong because what he was an 8-point card out of your 10 possible action points, and then you drop him, and then anytime you do another action point card, he would create one of his 3 monsters on the board indefinitely. So you could have you could have your 10 action points stored up. You could then drop him for 8 and then play 2 1-point cards and have a full board right away. And then by the time they kill one of those, you'll have enough action to put another one down. It was incredible. The way they nerfed him was by making him cost all 10 points. So that creates a couple of seconds between when he goes down and when you can do anything else. And that's when you can kill him, So it feels like that's kind of what you have to do here in this particular case. But yeah, I'm gonna explore because this happened last night and I'm in the middle of figuring out what's happening now. But it's every time something like this happens, it's exciting in the sense that it's like it fucks the meta up in a way. I will see how strong this is, but it disrupts the entire flow because it's like
because this feels unbeatable. So now you have to figure out some maybe you put in 1 or 2 cards in there that would be able to deal with this crap.
Exactly. Everyone has to have a game plan in case you encounter this, you know? But yeah, so you took a look at Teppen, did you not?
I did.
And how did that
take
go?
a look at Teppen. So Gung Ho contacted me and they said, "Hey Pat, do you want a big bag of money to play Teppen?" And I went, "Okay." And then I went back and forth with them for a couple emails because I couldn't figure out how to stream it, because streaming Teppen is hard because it's only on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
And then I streamed it off my phone, which is hard because streaming directly off your phone kind of sucks.
Not for iOS, but I guess for Android.
Yeah. For Android sucks because you got to use the Twitch app. And the Twitch app tells you to turn your sound up. We're going to use
the game's...
you're going to use the game audio coming out of your speakers back into the speakers.
That's brutal.
As the sound. So that stream is a little crunchier.
Yeah.
Than my usual.
I assume that the official sponsor would not want you to use BlueStacks.
BlueStacks does not play nice with Teppen.
Okay.
It emulates quite badly, actually. It's funny because I recently signed a different sponsor contract, not for a phone game, but in it, the company says, if you ever stream one of our phone games, you must stream it through BlueStacks.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Which why I was like, okay, that's really weird. So I played about 2 hours of Teppen and got my feet properly wet and actually get it. I now finally understand the speed thing that you've been discussing in terms of like let the dash line almost touch them before playing some bullshit, so that maybe they react too slow or they.
How about that artwork?
The artwork's really nice. So it's only on the phones. And I think that it only being on phones and tablets and, whatnot, mobile devices, is kind of a weird thing because you're looking at like a card like Hunk or Ada or whatever, and when they're sitting at the bottom of your screen, they're really small.
Yes.
They're really, really small.
So
and the card artwork is really good.
Yeah.
But it's like I found that while the 2 characters doing their fight animations was really cool, particularly on the supers, I felt that like a huge amount of the screen real estate was used up by those animations where it's like I would like to see more card
of the card. Yeah. So the artwork of the cards in game. So out of game, when you're looking at your deck, you can pull them up full screen and enjoy the artwork. You just tap on the card and then you tap on the art, and it'll full screen the art, or like expand it at the very least. But the in-game, when you're playing it, you only see it in the middle circle. You see a large version of it in the middle circle for like a couple seconds.
Yeah.
When you play it, and then it goes away. But yeah, it's such nice artwork, and it does and end up getting like de-emphasized in that, like, yeah, you don't see it as prominently as you probably could or should. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I want Ryu's design to officially be ripped shirt with the beard from now on.
With the Rathalos gloves.
So cool.
I played through some of the story stuff and I appreciated them as tutorials, though. Like I would consistently burst out laughing as the game has little story missions that are like, I would call them the absolute bottom of the barrel of feasibility of crossover stuff.
Sure.
Where Wesker was walking down the street and saw Morrigan, and Morrigan went, "I want to suck your dick," and he was like, "You, I'll fight you."
Well, like, Ada whispers in everybody's ear and makes them get real angry and want to fight each other. Also, Nero is walking around one day and then he sees a Palico, and then he's like, "Hey, Palico, get back here."
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a
Yeah.
lot of experience with gung ho games, but loading up my new account during, I think it's their 2nd-year anniversary,
Oh,
um, I was absolutely
did you do
like
your dailies? Did you get your?
I'm loading it up on stream, and like
Yeah.
6 currencies attack
Yep.
me, and
Yep.
they tell me to go open up my free skin, and then
Do your
there's
quests.
89
Do your
card packs,
challenges. Here's your
and
missions. The date has
the
changed.
the word
Yeah. Yeah.
the word is bombarded,
Yes. Correct.
like absolutely bombarded.
So that's mobile games, though, is it not? Is that not just the mobile game experience these days?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Like,
I was under the
in terms
impression
of,
that's how it go.
in the terms of card games, I've played Hearthstone, I've played a lot more of Runeterra, and I played this. Hearthstone did it a little, did it somewhat. Teppen was definitely the most, and Runeterra has very little of it, which is funny because I loaded up League for the first time in a long time the other day, and League bombarded me. League just slammed me with, there's these events, and you got to get premium point for this shit. You got to, and I was like, fuck.
No, it does
Calm
feel.
down.
It does feel like, especially if it's like if it's a free game in particular, I expect to be assaulted with that. Or if it's Street Fighter and I haven't played it in a few months or a half year, I expect to be assaulted with like 8 pages of screen on the main menu.
Yeah, I gotta say, in general, I like Teppen's a fun game. It's definitely not my game. I would still definitely say, like, for example, once I had finished my Teppen stream, I then went and bought a board in Runeterra and played Runeterra the rest of the night. I don't think it uses its phone real estate particularly well, but its action card thing is definitely unique. The problem is that's not what I'm looking for. I want a slow game. I want to stare at a board of cards for 90 seconds before making a decision, which is the complete goddamn opposite of Teppen, which is essentially the Marvel of card games.
Action card game, yes. Did you click on all the different screen? Like, did you look at all the menu options on the bottom of the screen, like missions, quests, and all that stuff?
I clicked on a couple, but
okay.
I was doing,
because the last one has a little
off, and then I'm looking at this, and I'm like, I don't know what any of this means.
The last menu has a little surprise for you if you ever go check that out.
Okay, I'm not. So just tell me what it is.
It's the shopkeep from RE4 shows up.
Oh, okay.
And he's
cool.
got Teppen replays that he's selling you.
It's funny because I look at Runeterra and I look at Teppen, and it's like, man, I wish Teppen took its characters and made Runeterra, because I much more enjoy playing one, but I don't care about any of those fucking League of Legends characters at all. Man, do I not give a shit.
I don't have the comparison point, obviously, but I've come to like the active nature of the Teppen card game system. Like, I do like the timing of it. It is different. Did you encounter any dumb RE rejects that you couldn't recognize? Because who the fuck are these people?
No, the rarest character I got I think probably my biggest problem with the card animations is I unlocked the cards, right? I spun the thing and got some cards.
Yeah.
And like, I'm squinting at my phone and I'm like, I can't tell what's in. I literally can't tell who that is.
So you have to tap it again to get the full portrait.
Yeah, I don't have to do that with other card games. The cards are really big on the screen. But Manuela, I think her name is, which is the sick girl from the end of Dark Side Chronicles that is getting all the replacement tyrant organs.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, that's a pretty weird pull. Don't really know what she's going to be doing as a card. But okay.
Also, I feel as if, like, they have whoever the scientists are that come in that know how to create the get the adrenaline juices flowing as you open a card pack animation thing. They hired those people to come in and do the spin the thing, and then the thing lights up, and then they all line up, and then you tap them one by one, and then are you getting the serotonin?
I
overdrive.
would agree with you, except the cards don't even reach the top of the screen.
Oh, other games have the big explosion that fills up the artwork.
When I grab a card in say Runeterra out of a pack, the card a card's length, the height, will be about 80% of the screen space, and you can look at it very clearly. And in the like view cards to make a deck, I was also blown away at how small the cards were in Teppen. It's weird.
So
the cards are your biggest thing, and the art is good.
So they're honestly, they're kind of more like chips, because when they're at the bottom of your screen, they're chip-sized, and when you place them on their spots, they're chip-sized. They're only really full-sized cards when you examine them to look at the full artwork and read the flavor text. But they pretty much amount to like mahjong tiles almost,
Yeah, on that, I gotta say, you're completely right. When you click on them to examine the flavor text, you can totally see the good artwork. Problem is that Teppen really doesn't want you spending time looking at your card in your hand.
Don't do that.
Reading its flavor text, which was my #1 issue when I was swapping around different characters, where I was clicking on it to be like, okay, what does this guy do? And as I'm doing that, I'm losing valuable time.
Right.
So the only time I got to really read them was I would place all of them at random, and then I would click on them afterwards to go, okay, so what's this guy gonna do?
Yeah. So in theory, when you have a bit more time, ironically, you would, before starting the match, look at the deck that I don't know, whatever Nero has, and you would click on each one and then go oh, okay, this does this, that does that, and then you just go through them and then kind of learn it a little bit. But
so I'm actually loading up Runeterra on my phone right now to show off what I mean by the card sizes. So I'll take a screenshot. It's just it's out of all the stuff in Teppen, there's a lot of stuff there to but I just couldn't understand why, because the crossover stuff is look at all these characters, look at all these weird characters, and because of the speed that I had to play them, I didn't get to appreciate them most of the time.
Does Runeterra, for example, does each card that you put down have an animation for what that card does?
It depends. The ones that do things, most of the time they'll have generic animations.
Okay.
But the champion cards, which are unique to Runeterra, Teppen doesn't even have an equivalent. They have custom animations, even if they would overlap with something else. So there's a card called that has a keyword called Challenger, where you get to pick who blocks it. You just drag and drop. But if Thresh is the one that's doing it, because that's a hero from League that has a grappling hook, he'll actually throw out a grappling hook and grab him.
So high end and legendary cards in Teppen do have unique animations, but the average random cards don't. It'll usually the big expensive ones and the rarer ones. So for example, when I don't know, when Nightmare shows up, you actually see the goop come out of the slot and form
the goop,
the Nightmare card, and then it sets into place. Or Rathalos drops in, and then a big flame explosion shows up and shit like that. So
Wolves, I just sent you 2 screenshots of what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's off of my phone.
Okay, so the cards have the artwork is 90% of the frame of the card.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's I had readability problems when I was playing Teppen.
Yeah, okay. So this is and Gwent was similar with that too. Yeah, okay.
And Magic is similar as well.
Yeah, no, Teppen is they have them tiles. They're much smaller than that. Fair enough. I understand what you mean.
I liked my time with it, but it's just not for me.
There also, of course, is a certain point.
You should all play it though. Hashtag sponsor.
There's also a point where like, I guess you get to the point where you're like, yeah, I've seen this artwork, I know the deal. I'm just also just playing my functions at this point. But I'm all in favor of them. Like, yeah, a UI overhaul wouldn't be too bad, though it has increased. It has improved over like early on, because I did see, like, I remember like the first version of the battle screen itself with like the characters and the cage and the points, they were even smaller. And the cards were smaller, and then the tiles were smaller, and the characters' artwork was like, everything was just more zoomed out, and they did revise it and crop everything tighter and zoom in a lot more. So, like, yeah, I could see an overhaul happening at some point, but I wouldn't have I wouldn't have thought of that artwork issue in particular. But yeah, it's a fun game.
I would mainly place that on the fact that you don't have much experience in any of these other ones. Can I tweet the photos?
It's just a normal screenshot of Runeterra, right?
Of what it looks like, yeah, on the phone. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I'll put them up. I don't give a shit. I also I've been fiending all over Runeterra this week. They're doing an event now, and I like the game. I think it's a good game to play. I also,
considering how many people every time Teppen comes up, how many people are just like, yeah, but you should play this other game I like, though. It seems very clear that card game people are not necessarily into what Teppen's doing, and they also want me to not be into what Teppen is doing, or they want me to be into what the other card games are doing.
Well, I think it's a absolutely natural thing to do, that if you were playing a lot of Street Fighter, somebody would go, hey man, have you checked out Guilty Gear?
Yeah, no, definitely that makes sense. But like the difference, I guess the sometimes it's just that, and then sometimes it's like, I don't like this, but like I'm also saying that you can check this out and maybe make the switch.
I mean, I would personally recommend that you try Runeterra, mainly because it's the easiest game to play completely for free.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if the characters mean that much to you, then obviously it's not going to have the same thing for you. For me personally, when I started playing Hearthstone, like, yeah, look, that's a character I know from Warcraft, but Warcraft lore has turned to complete garbage even by the time Hearthstone came out. And boy, we'll have more to talk about that later. But like, they're all there. You know what? Combo Fiend was right, but he was only right about card games. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's Magneto. I actually just want to play an aggro deck. I actually just want to play a control deck or what have you.
Like I said, I gave Gwent a shot, and I did enjoy it for a bit.
I highly dislike Gwent in its like in its multiplayer format. I think Gwent is just I don't care for it. So anyway, I was playing a lot of Runeterra, yada yada. I'm putting up a comparison image so people know what I'm talking about on my Twitter right now. And I also, when I was looking on the internet, I discovered something that I didn't quite understand, which was League of Legends Wild Rift, which I was like, what is that? Is that some mobile baby version of League of Legends for your phone? And then I downloaded it and discovered that it is not a mobile baby version of League of Legends for your phone. It's just League of Legends on your phone. And more than that is that there are real improvements to League made to this game by stripping it down. Like, the matches are half the length, and they've rebuilt all of the assets from the ground up, and so now everything has fancy animations. And it's also a game that you're playing with a digital joystick and buttons, and will be a console version at the end of the year.
Really?
And I'm playing it, and I'm like, I don't like that I'm using digital buttons here, but I am having so much more fun playing it with digital buttons than a mouse. It is like night and day in terms of my enjoyment. And the timing on that was perfect because I was looking at everybody enjoying Pokemon Unite, which is actually very popular and apparently quite good.
And there's
which also controls with a controller.
Just a screenshot of shoutouts to JM Crofts on Twitter, who was just like, hey, FGC, y'all need to step your game up. And it's just a screenshot of like 8 or 9 videos that are like Pokemon Unite definitive tier list. This is the tier list, boys. Get in here. And like all the YouTube search results, and it's like game released July 21st. And it's just like the most reactionary day 6 tier list you've ever seen. Get the fuck in. Like, Jesus Christ, what is letting the dust settle, you know? Anyway.
Yeah, that's about right.
So there's a faster controller-based console-targeted version of League.
Coming. It's being put out on the phone. And I was like, what they do is, it's really simple, is when you get close to an enemy, a little circle underneath it happens, and it's like, that's what you will be attacking if you hit the attack button. And it will depend on where your character is pointing. And I can only imagine the console is going to use the right analog stick for like trick shots and triggers for the 4 abilities. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, okay.
Now here's the question. Is a different version of the game gonna be like what people want though? Like, isn't the thing just to get into League proper, and that's your...
No, this is going to be a parallel thing.
I guess it's all in how they market it or how much they invest in it.
This is going to be the phone and console game. And when I talked about it on Twitter, I saw a few people that were like, I prefer regular League, it's too dumbed down. But the overall majority is anything to make the game shorter. Absolute anything to make the game shorter. And they've put way more work into this one. Like, on a production level, it's way nicer
than League is currently.
Oh, not even close. Not even close.
I guess it's when you pick super old at this point. So
when you pick a character in this, there's a gigantic 3D animation of them swooping in and doing a gimmick and then all sorts of shit when you choose to unlock them. In regular League, it's a fucking web page inside their own launcher.
Okay.
It's almost like an Overwatch like-ification of the League stuff.
Well, how much has League itself updated visually over the last decade?
So if you go back and look at the original version of League, it's like hideous. I think they've had 2 complete reworks of every single graphics thing. And there are occasionally some of the old heroes that didn't get upgraded yet. So I was playing the game when Fiddlesticks went from being the old graphics to the new graphics and was like dramatically improved. 4 complete overhauls, people are saying. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's still, it really feels like this will probably roll back into the adult version of League, as it were. But even beyond that, League, and I think Dota is a little bit the same, but I'm not familiar on it. League has a giant problem with its game time, and that is at the 8-minute mark, you can determine that you have lost.
And then you're stuck for the rest of it.
It will take you another half hour to lose. And a 20-minute loss is a lot easier to swallow than a 40-minute loss.
This game cutting that, and I guess potentially, I don't know, having a console base of players to play with and such.
League's really ridiculously big, but you look at Fortnite and most of its players are on consoles, so who knows, right? Who knows?
It sounds interesting. It's an interesting proposition. It certainly is something that, like, as someone who has no fucking, horse in this race, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah.
Hey, Wooly, when it comes out on consoles, do you want to do a stream? I'll team up with you. I'll play my Mordekaiser. Come on.
I'll look at it sideways. I'll glance at it sideways and make a call.
You're officially invited.
I'll see what's up. I've already gotten the list of Wooly characters that people have.
Oh, whatever. The first one on that list is V.
I know, but it was like
the side cut and the punch arms. But you don't like jungling.
No, I'm saying people over the years have been like, okay, but look at this one though, and look at that one though, and then I think when we were looking at it, we were coming up with the theoretical fighting game roster. That's when it was like, pared down. But I also remember I went out to a local meetup. It was a couple years ago, and like talked to some of the FGC guys about like who of these hundreds of characters would make the cut of a fighting game roster, and
a lot.
Yeah, a lot. There was a solid. I forgot. I brought them up back then, but there was a solid 20 or so that were like, yeah, everyone's in agreement. Like, Ilayoi, yes, right, and Thresh, and this and that. And there's a certain list of ones that are like, oh yeah, these would make for good fighting game characters.
There's a lot that are like complete slam dunks. Jinx has to be in that game as the keep away character, as well as being like the pseudo face of League of Legends.
Did I want to say like I saved a note, but maybe I didn't.
But yeah, point being, Wild Rift is like, I'm looking at it and it's like, I'm not going to spend time on my phone playing this because boy, I hate digital joysticks. But I might spend time on my BlueStacks playing it with a real controller that's pretending to be a digital joystick. And then later on,
you can't do
a PlayStation.
You can do like Xbox pad to phone, can't you?
Not this game, you can't.
That sucks. Okay, because like I was saying with the Apple Arcade shit, like they got that working like pretty well. So,
Wild Rift is like, I look at it and I go, this is the league that I wanted to play originally. My old man brain does better with my control-y than my mouse.
I found the list.
Found the list?
Besides Yasuo.
Yeah.
the title of the
brother. His brother's the Dark Samurai. Willie.
Yeah. Storm Shadow. Yeah. Besides Yasuo, which is the title of the list, there was Riven, Udyr, Blitzcrank, Volibear, V, Lee Sin, Thresh, Master Yi, and Ilayoi.
Yeah. Take Blitzcrank out and put Nautilus in. They're literally the same character with the same gimmick, but Blitzcrank is a shittier looking version of Nautilus.
Okay. Sure. Oh.
What about Mordekaiser and Aatrox? That list sucks. Okay. Where's Warwick?
I don't know. Did I even say them correctly? I don't fucking...
Yeah, you said most of them correctly.
Okay.
This is funny because people are arguing with me that Blitzcrank is better, but my love of Nautilus does not come from League. It comes from Runeterra, where I love playing Nautilus decks, and that's the trick. That's the trick they're doing, Because if they put that fighting game out and Nautilus is in it, I'll go, dude, I love Nautilus, even though I don't even like him in the fucking game that he is actually from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, look, like, Cammy with roller skates is cooler than Cammy without roller skates.
Yeah, that's true.
Cannon Spike Cammy. Cannon Spike Cammy is the fucking best. You know? Sometimes you want that version.
Sometimes.
Or the X and Teppen, who has the angel halo and shit. Yeah.
So, by the way, I mentioned Pokemon Unite earlier. I'm going to stream it this week. And part of my stream is going to be telling people not to let their kids play it, as it's a free-to-play MOBA with the Pokemans in it, which seems like that would be, at worst, a gateway to little Jimmy's toxicity. Guess what? Pokemon Unite is unironically the most predatory MOBA in terms of monetization.
I was about to ask, how's the gacha gamble?
It's the worst one by a country mile.
Wow.
Because it's the only one that lets you pay to roll on loot boxes that give you in-match advantages on your next match.
What do you mean by in-match advantages?
More health, more power.
Oh, like buffs, straight up.
Like straight buffs. Roll the dice. You can maybe win your next match. It's actually pay to win. I was watching Charlie stream it the other day, and the name of his stream was called Pay to Win.
Okay, so there's no game here, then.
There is, and apparently it's pretty good.
But that it doesn't matter. If what you just said is what you said it is, then it doesn't matter. There's no game here.
We got a quote from somebody named Chaos Joey in the chat. Maxing out a stat-giving item costs $40.
And these items are permanent stat buffs?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no game here. That's a joke. That makes, like,
Yeah.
why even bother that's okay. That is a disqualifier from entry for me. If it's literally buy the way, like, that's crazy. Buy life. That's nuts. Okay, well,
That's the absolute. Isn't that the wildest thing? So I'm gonna stream it, and I'll probably put it. The original plan was to stream that for a whole stream. I'm probably gonna stream it for like 2 hours and then switch over to Wild Rift on an emulator or something like that.
Can you unlock with these things free?
I assume the answer is eventually.
Can you play for free and store up a bunch and then buy these things?
Eventually. I think somebody actually just broke out the phrase $120 for a 3% movement buff in the chat. People are talking about Charlie's stream. He played for 8 hours and only upgraded one item 2 levels.
But does it
so
have all...
it's the question between $40 and dozens of hours.
But does it have all the Pokemon?
No.
Well...
Fuck no. Also, on top of that, pay like $8 for a Gengar.
Well...
Also buy Pokemon. I might actually change that out of my schedule, come to think of it. That game's dirty. That game's dirty, dude.
It didn't need to be.
Yeah? You want to bet how much big monies they've made?
Oh, for sure. And they would have, because the name is there. But holy shit, man. Mask it somehow. Put the veil on. Pretend there's a competitive angle to this.
Mask it with Pokemans. How about that?
Pretend there's a game to be played here. That sounds really bad.
It does sound really bad, doesn't it? Do you think it's because it's really bad?
I mean, it sounds like if you can play and get it for free, then I guess the idea, it's almost like you're buying experience is kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's
it's
what
the
it works out.
Battlefield equivalent of give us $200 to unlock every gun.
Just purchase, purchasing it.
I don't know if you remember that.
I remember hearing about not was that no, what was the first game with battle passes?
The first, I believe it was Fortnite.
Was it Fortnite? Okay.
I believe it was.
I don't know enough to know, but I remember there being like a really, really like angry moment of like this thing costs money, but like it's a ripoff, and there's a whole lot of. But I
mean,
don't
some
remember.
battle passes are like the Fortnite battle passes tend to be quite good. The Runeterra one that just came out that I did was also pretty good for its cost. The Apex one, I don't know if you remember that, but that was a joke. That was like hilarious.
I do
like
remember.
Hey, pay $20 and you can get some skins where we threw mud on some of the characters. It was unbelievable.
Cool. Well, since we like moved over through Teppen with a baton pass there, over on my stream this week, like I said, possibly gonna finish off Disco Elysium. Going to I'm gonna see if I have time for a special stream, but things are getting pretty busy, so it's a bit rough. But yeah, that's coming up, as well as getting to fighting games. And I also did a couple of like just really long strive sets that are going to be on the channel. So I did
that's nice.
Yeah, I was hitting the Celestial Tower for a bit, and then playing with some people that were watching, and then me and Reggie did like some really long sets too. So for those of you who have been tuning in recently, that I've seen some pretty good feedback from people that are like, hey, it's nice to see like regular check-ins on a game and see the improvement over time. If you're enjoying that, there's some strive sets coming to the channel that are just like a couple hours grinding away at it, trying to figure out labbing, matchups, learning, etc. So you're watching the discovery process essentially as I try to get better at a game, so you can see what that is like, and hopefully have your own journey and enjoy that over on Holy Versus.
You can check out my crap on twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. We're going to be finishing off the Mass Effect 2 DLC this week, and maybe playing Pokemon Unite and Great Ace Attorney. Though there is one more thing I'd just like to mention before we get off my week. Watched Mau Mau, the cartoon. It's Mau Mau, I want to say it's called Heroes of Pure Heart, which I thought was going to be a lot more saccharine than it was. It's a great little adventure show. It's fantastic. It's absolutely hilarious. I would put it not quite adjacent to Adventure Time in its absurdity. It's a lot more structured. But it's
how do
just
you
a fun
spell
little
that?
Mao. Mau Mau.
Okay. Not
like
M-A-
meow meow.
Not as in the huge Black Kenyan uprising from the 1950s.
No, I'm talking about the Black Cat hero character from the cartoon show.
Okay. Because the Mau Mau's is a big African thing.
No, the long and short of it.
All right, fair enough.
Two cartoon hero types get stuck defending what is essentially a fucking country of Care Bears, in that the Care Bears are all disgusting freaks, and they're kind of horrible, and I hate them. It's good. It's very good.
Okay, but why the Wooly? I don't know. I like fucking. It's what comes to mind. Most Def references it a bunch. It's a thing. You hear about it in hip hop sometimes, and then it's also prehistoric. I don't know what the fuck that. It's this. Anyways. Cool. All right. Well, anyway. MAU is what I was referring to there.
Oh, okay.
We can.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
zero idea.
That's okay. That's okay. It's a thing that happened. It's all right.
Like the chairman from China.
Okay.
All right, well, we're off to sponsors then, but first I'd like to take a quick break because I need to use the washroom. Not the washroom, excuse me. I almost said that.
You know, believe it or not, sometimes history.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yes. What
That's the
mm-hmm.
sentence.
What are you talking about?
That's the sentence.
Okay.
Bathroom.
Is that history?
It's about to be. All right. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Yeah. Our beloved sponsors. I love
This
them.
week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by the Mau Mau Uprising, in which the Kenyan people decolonized themselves from British rule.
They're sponsoring us?
Apparently. Thanks, Mau Mau Uprising.
Cool. I mean, fuck England.
We're also sponsored by ExpressVPN.
You know, if you happen to be going about an uprising of your colonial power, it would be really helpful to hide your internet activity.
You probably don't want people that are bad snooping around on your pipes and seeing you and what's going on and seeing the messages you're sending about, how you're going to take the system down. Right? Right.
And by take the system down, we mean watch anime.
Correct.
Something the Brits hate.
Is there?
Yeah,
I don't know if there's any proof that they
That's
like
conclusive.
anime.
British people want to stop you from watching anime.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you're watching anime, you're not watching the footy match, and that's a problem.
That's true. Yeah, that's a problem.
That's confirmed. ExpressVPN is here to stop all that noise and nonsense and snooping. It's the way to keep yourself and your activity online private, and lots of cheap and free VPNs are making money by selling your data to advertisers. ExpressVPN
That's so good.
ExpressVPN doesn't do that. They've got a trust server, makes their VPN servers incapable of storing any data at all. And of course, when you use it, you've got Lightway, which is tech that basically makes sure that you don't have to deal with a speed hiccup. A lot of VPNs have slower interruptions once you turn them on. ExpressVPN's whole deal is making sure that you stay blazing fast. You can stream everything in perfect HD quality, zero buffering. And
I can vouch that I have used ExpressVPN on many nations' Netflixes, and they ran very well.
And then the other thing is a lot of VPNs require you to do some setup, get some work going, figure out how to tinker with things on the back end, optimize, etc. ExpressVPN is real simple. You fire it up, you press one button, and you are good to go. You can even get your grandparents online and protected if need be. And you can check out all the ratings and reviews that are coming in from CNET, The Verge, and all these other places. It's ExpressVPN.
It's a good VPN, the best one.
That's real simple. Protect yourself with the VPN that we use and trust. So the link is expressvpn.com/superbeast, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. Once more, expressvpn.com/superbeast to learn more. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thank you, ExpressVPN. I love you.
The Queen might not, but we do.
The only thing the Queen loves is her little dogs. Your anime watching or death gives her not a moment's notice.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Imperfect Foods. And again, as an imperfect podcast with imperfect people, we live in an imperfect world. And there's a lot that's just fine about imperfection. But the grocery stores would like you to believe that we live in a perfect world, and your grocers would like you to believe that everything is A-okay and that everything is just as advertised on TV, and they're out there trying to throw out all the fruits and veggies and products that are otherwise perfectly fine because they want to create a fake world for you. Is that what you really want?
I think the most baffling thing about like I've watched them toss like a zucchini that looked kind of weird right back at the store, and it's like you're chopping your vegetables, man. Like they're all gonna look like cooked vegetables when you're done. Doesn't make no difference.
That's it. You know, instead of reflecting on themselves, the grocers blamed the beasts. They blamed the imperfections in their foods, and they threw them out instead of realizing that there was nothing wrong with these foods. But Imperfect Foods is out here being less wasteful because their mission is to build a better food system that is sustainable, affordable, and not wasteful. So yeah, they basically have a delivery straight to your door of the things that, again, that perfect tomato that's like, it's not perfect, it's got a little bump, but it's still good. Nothing wrong with it. All of that, instead of going straight to waste, you can get those delivered, and alongside whatever else you need: eggs, dairy, quality protein, produce, pantry staples, whatever you need is available as well. Not just fruits and veggies. They can have these coming at you. You can try new things each week. Exclusive items you can only get from Imperfect. And yeah, you can create a flexible grocery plan so that you can shop online and choose what you want delivered to you when. So yeah, Imperfect Foods right now is offering our listeners 20% off your first 4 orders when you go to imperfectfoods.com and make sure to use promo code SUPERBEAST. Yeah, you can try Imperfect Foods now for a limited time and get 20% off your first 4 orders on your first order. Go to imperfectfoods.com and use SuperBeast to sign up. That's 20% off your first 4 orders at imperfectfoods.com. Offer code SuperBeast. Thanks, Imperfect Foods.
Thanks, Imperfect Foods.
You know, when you win a round after taking a hit, the announcer doesn't say imperfection.
They don't. That would be rude.
And lastly, we are sponsored today by Hawthorne. They've been around before, but Hawthorne is the folks that are out there getting you your personalized grooming needs, getting them taken care of. If you have different things, if you want to, overall, when you want to hit the bathroom in the morning after your shower or you know, before you're heading out, sometimes you're going to want to get your smells right, get your shampoos right, get your soap right, all of that stuff. Hawthorne's basically about giving you a personal care routine that's unique to you. So you take a quiz, and they ask you some questions about what kind of lifestyle you have, what kind of needs you have, what your preferences are, and then they basically can customize some essentials that are going to be helping you off with your grooming. Because grooming is important.
You need to do it. You need to.
Even
you
if it's
specifically.
Even if it's as simple as flicking the Cheeto dust out of your beard, that is an act of grooming. Of course, if your beard is Cheeto flavored, it would be hard to tell.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, you can basically take all the risk out of shopping for personal care by giving you free shipping on your orders and returns. They've got subscription options that are personalized to your usage. Again, it's making sure that you don't run out of the essentials that you need. And yeah, you don't want to have to worry about getting trying out different things that work out for you in this way. Like, they've got the quiz that'll personalize exactly what you like and get yourself sharp and groomed. Not to mention, this is something that can be worked pretty well in as a gift for someone that you know that needs grooming, because we all do. We all do.
Everyone.
Make a not so subtle hint with some Hawthorne. Take the quiz today. Take the Hawthorne quiz today. Get started on your personal self-care routine by going to hawthorne.co. and use promo code SUPERBEAST to get 10% off your first purchase. That's HAWTHORNE.co. Promo code SUPERBEAST. Hawthorne.co. Promo code SUPERBEAST. Thanks, Hawthorne.
Thanks, Hawthorne.
All right.
Willie, I'd like to apologize for this timing, but I got a crying dog upstairs that's going to piss on the floor. I have to go. I'll be right back.
BRB. So it seems over that last little break, right as it was happening, we got raided from Adam
Oh, by
from
whom?
YMS.
Oh, cool. That's nice.
That's very
Thanks, Adam.
cool. Yeah, I feel as if there's a streak of getting the worst opportune times for raids that I've been going through recently. It's been kind of wild. Like Jamcrofts raided me like right at the end of a stream, and Leffen as
Suspicious.
well, right during my stupid long credit sequence. Like thousands of people dropped in, and I was like,
I
fuck. So, yeah,
I think
bad streak combo.
the most consistent raid misfortune that I've encountered is like doing a 5-6 hour stream and be like, whoa, I'm sweaty. I'm going to get out of here. Oh, all right, let's quit playing. Raided by 300 people. Ah, hey, Butterbuds. Actually, Butterbuds, I think she raided me with like 600-700. Which like doubled the stream at that point. And I was like, "Hey,
so that's the thing.
I'm finishing up."
Rating is a really cool feature that like is smart that Twitch has, and like it's something that is like definitely more community productive than like YouTube. But like it does this thing where you sometimes land on someone who was just winding down and is desperately in need of a break. And then they go, oh, fuck me. This is an opportunity. I have to come back now. I have to take this chance to sell you on clicking the follow button. So, you know, now you get to watch someone like kind of dead getting puppeted by like the new potential audience. And they're like, okay, I guess we'll go for another 10 minutes. And that's like a brutal thing.
Doing the same thing, like they were
Time
finishing
extended.
up after like an 8-9 hour stream, and I rated them with a couple hundred people, and they're like, and I'm like, hey, good stream, guy. I'm like, oh, hey, we were about to call it. I guess we could do one more game.
Yeah,
it's great.
There's always someone, you know, much more massive that can drop in a number that bulges your eyes, and you go, fuck. Time extended. Gotta dance. You gotta dance.
Yeah.
Speaking of time extended, I forgot to talk about the other game I played this week, Superliminal.
Oh yeah, you finally hopped onto that. Did you see Paige's stream and then be like, oh man, that game looks cool? Because like the timing was hilarious.
No, not at all. Solidus had been pushing it for a long time, and Reggie was out for the day. So I was like, well, I'm doing a solo stream. Let's jump on this game that has been pushed for a long time.
It's a good game. I like it.
Did she just go through it?
Yeah, she streamed last week. She got to, I want to say about halfway through.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we got through the whole thing. And it's great. It's fucking good.
It's real good.
There was only one puzzle, I think, where I kind of just rolled my eyes at the solution. It was like I think it was like the first fan room where like what they were going for and like what the solution was ended up being a little not unclear, because the perspective rule continues, but I didn't like the clue to how it was set up as much, but the rest of it definitely, and like everything else was fucking incredible. I know you said you got through half, so I won't talk too much about like
no Paige got through half.
Oh, you beat it?
I streamed it back on release like the day it came out and beat it in one go, and I got into like I had a little trouble at the beginning, and then I got into this like perfect state where once the crescendo starts to happen, I think you know what I'm talking about near the end. I just like walked through every puzzle, just like like this. Oh, it's so good.
It's fantastic.
That game's so good.
I definitely think the like the way you fuck with like the portaling section of it in particular is like, it's a funner way. Like portaling is fun, but this is like a funner aspect to it when you like are playing with scale and size, you know, and it gets really unnerving when something becomes like crush you sized above your head.
Yeah.
That's the one thing from the trailers I remember being like, oh, that is fucking terrifying. Like, because perspective of something mundane becoming kill you murder sized never feels good. It is always like, ugh, you know.
There's I talked about it. Well, I talked about this a good deal when it came out. But did you ever play Antechamber?
I played the first like 10 minutes of it.
Good enough. Antechamber is a very like white and black line kind of non-Euclidean space game. And I love, like, Portal has that a little bit where it's like perspective and things and visual illusion and impossible space. But the problem with Antechamber was that halfway through it became a block puzzle game. And they had forgotten they hadn't forgotten, but they had run out of cool perspective tricks.
Okay.
Superliminal is short. It's like 4.5 hours, I'd say.
3.
Yeah, about there. And it doesn't run out of those things. It ends when they run out.
Exactly. Short and sweet. The other thing, too, is it's using a concept that, like, is, you know, novel, but the presentation is something that we've already done a couple times, too, because the clean, sterile office or lab environment in which you then slowly sneak off the grid, like, Portal was that. Stanley Parable is that. The Beginner's Guide is that, to a degree. It's not particularly a new thing, so you don't want to overstay your welcome when you're kind of playing with a new idea in a narrative that you've already experienced. So they definitely did good with that. The one I'd say, like, besides the dreaded scale of some of the things you drop sometimes, there's also the creating the paradox. You know, like there's a moment where you are holding a portal and like a portal house, and you walk out of the door of that portal house while holding it. That makes me super uncomfortable still. Like, it feels like you're bug testing and it wants you to do that. And the end result is like, I don't like it. It's very uncomfortable. So I like the fact that this game like deliberately wants you to feel discomfort in these moments, you know. Plays with shadows really well. Moment. Plays with shadows and darkness really well. Walk into the complete abyss, and the only thing that lets you know where you're going is the light of where you once were, looking behind you, you know, like shit like that's pretty great. Superliminal is short and sweet, really good puzzle game. Worth a shout out. And now I see what all the shilling was about. Okay, so
is there any news this week?
Well, there appears to be some news.
I'm not sure if there's news this week.
Before we get into the news, I just want to say, you know, Pat, you might not know this, but I just want you to be aware that your voice does matter.
My voice matters?
Every voice matters.
Oh, that's true. Every single voice. Even the ones we don't listen to and explicitly ignore and create a culture of ignoring. Those voices matter the most of all.
Yeah, that showing up on poorly aged things was who didn't see that coming. But no clever segue. Blizzard is on fire. Activision Blizzard, I should specify, is on fire.
Why are they on fire? What possible reason could story developer Activision Blizzard be on fire for?
For the exact same story that Ubisoft was on fire for not too long ago.
Actually, it's that story plus one. It's the upgraded version of that story.
That story plus lawsuit?
No, that story plus death.
This is true. So, I mean, this has been updating by the hour.
Yeah, it's a really, I want to say 4-day old story, 5-day old story, and it is really long now.
And there
It's
is
real long.
a lot to it, but so I have like the latest update here. Going back to the breaking story is that essentially the state of California is suing Activision Blizzard for what it's calling a pervasive frat boy workplace culture in which female staff were often subject to harassment. And the lawsuit includes descriptions of just lots of bad things happening, including cube crawls and copious amounts of booze where they crawl through the cubicles, and inappropriate behavior towards female employees. In general, female employees feeling unsafe. Lots of...
So I wanna stop that for a second, because the cubicle crawl part is bearing actual explanation, because I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, and the description of cubicle crawl as it hit their head was walking around to people's cubicles drunk and getting people drunk as if it were a pub crawl. Right? However, the cubicle crawl listed in the lawsuit from the government of California against Activision Blizzard is specifically a bunch of rowdy dudes getting wasted at the office and literally crawling on their hands and knees underneath everyone's cubicle so as to grope and or ogle the female employees sitting at their desks.
So that's your iceberg tip of sorts, and then yeah, the level of shitty behavior towards female employees extends as far as a one employee who was on a work trip with their boss, who it would appear I guess they were like traveling together, and the boss brought alongside sex toys and things like that, and
was bragging about how he was going to score, basically.
And there were you know, illicit pictures of this employee that were shared throughout the company, and that employee then committed suicide on the work trip.
It really reads like this poor lady killed herself in order to avoid being sexually assaulted by her boss. Like the most blunt reading possible, as this is apparently a boss who had been sexually harassing her in the past that they sent her on a trip with.
So lots of discussion about looking at this and looking at other, you know, similar situations where you have a company where there's lots of people who are higher up that are known perpetrators, known people that are shitty and that are being protected by the people by the powers that be. You have the jokes about this boss, for example, having the Crosby suite, which is a reference to Bill Crosby. Or I believe
it was a typo in the article, in the complaint.
Okay, so it's the Cosby Suite.
It's supposed to be Cosby Suite.
The Cosby Suites, exactly. So there you go. Then, you know, all of that goes down, and it involves like tons and tons and tons of employees are all verifying and backing this up once again, and similar to the Ubisoft story about this shit culture in the company, which then leads to their official response being effectively nuh-uh, and they get a nice... Wait. What?
There were 3 official responses within hours. That's the best part.
Okay.
So the official response from the Activision CEO and the Blizzard CEO was that these are very serious allegations that must be taken seriously, and to contact them if you want to snitch on your boss for being a creepy toucher, because we had no idea this was going on. And then within minutes of those going out, the chief compliance officer for Activision Blizzard parent company put out a statement saying that the state of California is full of shit and that they made the whole thing up. And then the official Activision Blizzard came out where they said that this is one of the reasons why businesses are leaving California, because of this kind of overzealous government oversight.
Yeah.
And now
the indignation.
2 days ago, Activision and Blizzard specifically have said that this is a deep, they didn't know what was happening, even though nothing was happening, and that they're very sorry for nothing because nothing happened. And literally all three entities here are all playing leapfrog as to nothing happened, but if it did, we're really sorry, and come tell us about what happened so we can deal with the people that did this, even though no one did anything.
And also, fuck you, California.
Also, fuck off, California. How dare you look at us? In particular, on top of this, there's the detail. What is that guy's name? There's one particular director named specifically, the gentleman with the Cosby suite, in which he was described as like one of the worst at the company. I forget his name. It started with an A, I want to say, but saw people talking about, oh, they finally found out about him, huh? Just publicly, Blizzard employees talking on Twitter, and he left the company so suddenly that it was not known he did not work there until like 3 months after he left. And in that Twitter thread, you have what might be my favorite part of this whole story, which is former story man of Blizzard Entertainment, Chris Medson, who has not worked there for 8 years, accidentally name searching himself by tweeting at the thread, just replying to people talking about abusers with the phrase Chris Medson.
Oh, that's good. That's
Chris
always good.
Put out a statement earlier today in which he describes how sorry he is for not noticing, only to be called out directly by former employees going, motherfucker, you're the one who told me that I should stick to what I'm good at, taking notes and organizing meetings. And this is by a lady who is now like a senior developer at like, I forget what it was, but it was a MMO developer. She's quite talented and has had a prolific career since then. And also, my favorite part about all this is that all the people who worked at Blizzard, all the old hands at Blizzard, did you remember that they all left 18 months ago? Like all of the senior staff just fucked off about 6 months into the government of California's investigation into their workplace. So suddenly they all quit.
Yeah. So that's what I was about to bring up, is that this investigation has been going on for 2 years. This has been a large, full-ass thing that the DFEH was looking into, and after a 2-year investigation, which all the people that have left within the time frame of this investigation, suddenly it makes a ton of sense.
Weird how all these classic Blizzard employees all just bailed all at the same time right away.
And then the phrasing of the statement given in response directly from Activision was to call this irresponsible behavior from unaccountable state bureaucrats.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I think.
Yeah. Side note reminder that Bobby Kotick was on Epstein's plane. So just Bobby.
You mean
Kotick?
that guy who killed himself?
Oh, yeah, yes, that guy. Yeah,
yeah,
just,
that guy. Okay.
Side note that he was on the Epstein plane, by the way. Just just in case that was.
So, I retweeted a gentleman who expressed the thought, but I think it's the thought that everyone had, which is the line from, I think his name's J. Allen Brack, and all the old Blizzard guard who would have been at the top of the company during the worst of this, have all come out and said, guys, we're really sorry. We just never noticed. We didn't listen. And it's like, There is explicit investigatory documentation of groups of dudes showing up to work wasted and having a party crawling under people's desks groping each other. A practice that must have been going on for years and years.
Well,
You didn't notice? I've seen game development offices. They're giant spaces. You can look across the room in most of them. You couldn't, what? You didn't see that?
and
What?
the fact that this is a, like, at this point almost expected and continued narrative across tons of large companies where these practices get, again, super shuffled to the fucking bottom of the priority list, and the fact that, like, HR is then set up to be explicitly anti victim and entirely corporate defense.
Human resources is not about being pro-employee. Human resources is in order to prevent the company from being sued.
Exactly. And you see this time and time again, and this is just another exact replica of that Ubi situation, in which you can follow along. I was, again, talking. I have a friend who literally went through the ringer with that, like, had to deal with it firsthand and had to have her complaint get completely ignored time and time again, and then when forcing it and putting it to confrontation, eventually it's the equivalent of taking your molesting priest out of the parish and moving them over to another one, or over to a different department, or over back to the Vatican. They literally just shuffle employees around so that you won't be around the person who is the abuser anymore.
Now stop complaining.
And that's the end of that. Fucking insanity. So that then, of course, progresses. Lots of things get involved. I believe the chief legal officer they hired working on this used to work for George W. Bush. So that was wild.
She was the one she was the compliance officer who came out and pulled a very typical political line of, like, the fucking government's overstepping their bullshit.
Yep. The biggest guns. And so what then obviously started to happen was the employees who were aware of this and then seeing the story unfold then saw the response that they put out, which was the company basically going, fuck you, nuh-uh. And
no, great company, good company, no touch.
And the result has been that over 1,000 employees have been like, fuck this, have signed letters of condemnation against the company, and work on, for example, World of Warcraft has entirely stopped.
I can imagine it's not just WoW, that's the one we have confirmation on, but I can imagine development across the board is just done right now until something happens.
So yeah, that was coming from Jeff Hamilton on Twitter, who's saying no work is being done as this all plays out. No one really knows what to do. Everyone is kind of just, like, completely dumbstruck at the fact that this kind of story, well, mainly that, like, again, the story is a slow bleed for anyone that has been in the company watching this whole investigation take place, but the response has been baffling because they're just like, nah, fuck it, none of this is important, didn't happen, doesn't, and just the complete deflection, the complete lack
we're very sorry, and you can talk to us about the thing that didn't happen.
And when you're a giant corporate beast of this size, of course there's always going to be that initial, like, confusing messaging period, but like the first message coming out and being this completely dismissive of stories that are literally including, as you mentioned, death. I can see the instantaneous reaction from anyone at that company expecting that this might have led to a massive overhaul in the company culture, seeing that they're like, no, we're gonna fight it, fuck you all.
Oh, okay.
Being like,
so this is, even
why
the chips have settled, and the dust is settled, and and whoever needs to get fired so that there's no lawsuit gets fired. Still just gonna go right back to what it was eventually.
Because there's definitely people that you must imagine are like, look, everyone's looking at their CV at all times. You never fucking know what's going on. And a lot of people that are here following this, again, like, must be going, well, here it is. Let's see how this goes. And at best, this will lead to a overturn, a cleansing, a massive shift in things, or fucking nothing. And if fucking nothing has been the, you know, the response of the flavor of the response to date, then, like, would Activision dollars not step in here to spend as much as they can on legal defense of all this shit? Will Activision dollars buy back the goodwill that's being burned away?
I'm like, not a lawyer, but it is my impression that a state government, like, employment body that spends the time to interview and investigate a company for multiple years only to publicly blast them open with a lawsuit, I'm pretty sure California has this in the bag.
It's wild that, like, that's the degree this is at, because that's so much further and more, like, that's so much further along than, like, oh yeah, Quantic Dream with the shitting dick and balls, and David Cage yelling out some dumb shit, and
that was all press. That's what's crazy. That wasn't even the government. That was just the press.
And stories of Ubi and all these, like, stories that have come out where they're just like, yeah, fucking dirtbags are out and about here and they're being shuffled and protected. That's always just been, like, stories, leaks, you know, former employees talking about what their experiences have been and whatnot. But, like, this one is, like, straight up massive, giant legal fucking like,
it's
accusations. I mean, more than just hearsay, more than just words, more than just stories, like a literal lawsuit.
They're going to court and they're probably going to lose to some degree. And it's kind of wild that all the former heads of the company that no longer there are all hitting Twitter with their, like, novels saying, man, I just never noticed. Like, Chris Metzen's the one that pops to mind because of his, like, the name searching himself is just the funniest thing. But and it's just like, this, I couldn't believe any of it less. You cannot tell me that you ran this company for decades and you just never saw it. That kind of allowance for behavior starts at the top. That behavior starts at the top and it goes downward.
I think another way of looking at it too is to start from the top and look downward. If someone dying as a result of what's happening doesn't change anything, then what will?
Well, I can tell you exactly what that is. Because the same people who are bowing their heads in false contriteness about how sorry it is look at somebody killing themselves due to the stresses imparted upon them by their work and the relationships they're in, inappropriate as they were, and go, wow, that's so sad. And that's the end of the thought. No examination. And if somebody asked them, hey, man, why do you think she did it? Guess they were just crazy.
Because the official response letter actually makes reference to it and uses it as a moment to be indignant. We're sickened by the reprehensible conduct
up this person's death
of the DFEH to drag into the complaint of a tragic suicide of an employee whose passing has no bearing whatsoever on this case and no regard for her grieving family. When it sounds like it had everything to do with this case.
I mean, my initial thing was like that kind of indignation better come along with the family also saying, how dare you? But somehow I don't think it is. Somehow I think a family whose family member kills themselves due to this kind of scenario isn't going, how could you possibly use this to fucking shit on the company they worked for? Everything was great there. I love Activision. I don't think that's the reality. I think when people die in these kinds of circumstances, family members are looking for any kind of closure or justice out of the situation.
So yeah, all of that leads to thousands of employees not knowing what the fuck to do, because
what are you going to do? Start taking orders on what to work on from somebody that you're pretty sure is going to get fired in 3 days? Right?
Because this is one of the worst possible ways this could have played out as far as response goes. Knowing the bomb is going to drop is one thing, but getting your response team ready and having the EMTs ready to go, and then they're spraying oil on it. I can only
imagine there are a lot of people brushing up on those CVs and resumes right now. Of course.
The real story takes place on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Always remember that. In all of these cases, the real story takes place on LinkedIn every single time.
It's astonishing because Ubisoft, long scummiest video game publisher that I'm aware of, had a story this week and was set to be the scum of the week. And Activision Blizzard, not to be outdone, always got that Blizzard quality, best of the best, even in scandal, just stole it away from them. And I'd like to make a statement, because I talked about Runeterra earlier today, and right before we came into this segment where I was shitting all over Blizzard deservedly, somebody pointed out that Riot was also a frat boy shithole.
Yeah,
with sexist hiring practices and all sorts of stuff.
The face farting.
And I have to be blunt, is that I have really, really bad news for people that enjoy video games.
Mm-hmm. What's that bad news, Pat?
I remember when the Riot stuff came out, and I said, I bet a ton of companies are like this, and we either won't know, but you can assume. And then all the Ubisoft stuff came out, and then now the Activision Blizzard stuff comes out. It's like, I'm under the assumption that almost any game company over a certain size is housing just a bunch of criminals. Just like most jobs. I can tell you right now, I know at least one company that there's got a bunch of thieves in it. Just a ton of them.
So, when I sat down and recorded a podcast episode talking about the old QA days and the various companies and such that we worked for, like it was the last Wooly Will Figure It Out, when I sat down with James, a former person that I used to work with, and we just kind of reminisced on some of this shit. And like, it, from day one, there was always immediately identifiable like creeps that would pass the test, so to speak.
Yep.
Make the cut, show up, and within hours of them being, at the company, show you, oh yeah, you can't trust this person around like women. You can't trust them to their tasks. You can't trust this person at all. This person is insanely dangerous. And it was always a race of like, okay, will anything happen here? Will they do anything about it? Or will they just let it rock and go like, oh, we're not going to take it too seriously?
And once that person gets promoted,
that's exactly literally what I was about to say. And if you fail the race and the person then gets put into a position of being in the clique, now you're a group, you've gotten promoted, you're now a manager, you're now a sub-manager, you're now a group leader, whatever the case is, you're now in a position.
Man, we got to ship this. We don't have time to get a new whatever.
and then you watch as the first taste of immunity starts to show up, and like the severity of what the fuck they do doesn't go down. It always gets weirder and weirder, and
eventually you get Mighty Number 9.
Yeah, and like I mean there was there was a point where I had like people that were like really just weird, and like you had these stories about shit that was happening with them that you're like that's fucked up, and you know, I left the company, and then finding out like the trajectory of like how some of these people went, where in this particular case, like creepy behavior went to like literal sexual assault, into literal like battery and like rape accusations, and like things where you're like, yeah, you need to like identify that and get it the fuck out of your company immediately, because that is indicative.
We gotta ship, dude. We don't have time for this. We gotta ship.
Because who knows where the fuck that goes over time, especially when protected, you know? It's insane. So we literally talked about shit like that, and we talked about like just the idea of like, yeah, like overall, the larger the company, the moment they get past that promotion point, as you just mentioned, you get into the game, and then you eventually are in a higher tier of really important people that are, you know, an accusation comes against you, but you go for drinks with the people who make the decisions every Friday.
It's not a big deal, man.
So they go, hey, what's this about? And then they get to hear the one side of the story, and then HR is also at the table, and they go, all right, yeah, we'll don't worry about it. We got to ship.
These types of people, I want to attribute this quote to Doc, but I'm not super sure. It might have just been one of his retweets or somebody else, but these types of people have a real strong habit to immediately make themselves, quote unquote, indispensable to the task by sabotaging other people's tasks and insinuating that everything would just fall apart without their management or expertise. No one's ever indispensable, ever, on anything. That's not a real thing. Everyone can be replaced.
But the movers and the shakers, so to speak, quite literally, are always not very good at hiding that ambition you're describing. It's it goes hand in hand that like people who come in and think that type of behavior is okay, people who are going to lock you in a broom closet and try to smell your hair, people who are gonna, you know, like be like, yeah, that's just the way we roll, and you know, basically just go back to work and think that like that's all fine, are also the same types that are trying to get the power. They're trying to get everything, right? It's that like slightly indicative of sociopathic behavior of just not giving a fuck about anything happening around you, and, you know, hitting up as high as you can on the totem pole. So all this is just to reiterate that it's like the more you see that early on and let it slide, you are 100% guaranteed going to be seeing worse and worse versions of it over time, because the person is being given essentially a freebie, a pass to say, hey, that wasn't a big deal. And if the person who's the victim in this case is more disposable than the person who is higher up, you know, well then whatever. Hopefully, again, HR can step in and either, you know, shuffle things around, buy the silence, do what they got to do, or and usually there will be a contract or a document or a thing to sign that comes out right away that completely absolves the company from any blame or whatever this plays out. However it plays out, they get themselves nice and early absolved from all responsibility by handing those things out. Now, how much those are actually legally binding, I have no idea, but I do know that they have those things.
They can look legally binding.
But I know that like HR will bring that type of letter out on meeting one when you say, hey, I have a complaint about somebody. The first thing is sign this. Okay, now what happened?
So want a really good example of the people at the top. Let's imagine that whoever the head person in charge of Blizzard's hiring practices, senior staff, actually didn't see anything. They hid in their office every day and they never talked to a single employee, right? Let's assume this completely unrealistic scenario, right? People have described the hiring process at Blizzard, and here's a perfect encapsulation of how you help create this scenario. What is one of the factors you absolutely need to work at Blizzard? You have to be a die-hard fan of Blizzard games and love the company before you even walk in the door. It has to be a dream come true for you, which means that once you're hired, you won't be looking at your paycheck for them fucking you over at substandard rates, and B, you are incentivized to shut the fuck up about any problem you ever encounter, because yeah, but I work at Blizzard, man. It's been in my. I don't want to screw this up. I mean, I can get another job, but it's Blizzard, man. These guys make the best games ever. Yeah, it's. I bet it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
this
the
kind
day-to-day
of practice, hiring your fanatics, creates this.
Day-to-day is serving up dream jobs. This is what goes. This is the day-to-day offering, and that definitely brings in people that are much more I mean, it's not to say that like that's every employee. There certainly are those who are just immensely talented that are just shifting from one studio to another with an opening that they can definitely crush a position
absolutely
on.
But it is a self-selection process to create an attitude of overvaluing your work and the place in your work and not wanting to rock the boat.
I mean, dude, like, you know, we're all that age, you know. My earliest dreams of wanting to work for Mainframe was because I liked Reboot. I wanted to work for Capcom because I liked Street Fighter. It's just that simple. It's like you
if you were into RTS games, it would have been Blizzard,
or whatever the case. Yeah.
There was a good period of time in which they made the absolute hands down best games in the world with polish that would make Nintendo jealous.
But all of that is still, but that's a thing, but that's still a very separate issue from just like realizing that this hiring process will let in people who are fucking creeps that need to be fired.
Oh yeah.
And like just not having the alarm bells system in place to identify that like within, you know, whatever days to weeks it takes to see that show up, and then like oust that person and just don't even give it a second look, you know, is just not a thing at any of these major AAA companies. And you would think, considering the fact that, again, if you want to not be in a shitty lawsuit about sexual harassment, you would think the smartest move would be to fire the person on day one of any of these infractions to save the company in the end. That's how you actually protect the company, is you immediately get rid of that person, because you can't trust that. That's a fucking liability, you know?
Hey, you know what's a really good example of what we're talking about? Of how this hiring process can incentivize scumbags? So the person whose name I could not remember, the one who left and could not be discovered, was a gentleman named Alex Afrasiabi, who came on as a quest designer after being the head of a gigantic WoW guild. So literally just hire guild leaders. They're fanatics. They might also be alleged sex pervert rapists. But he loves the game so much. That's what's really important.
one in every how many will be, please have a button in place to immediately eject seat or drop into a trap hole someone who happens to slip by the fucking hiring process on instantaneously on frame one. So then, yeah, the tons of the employees, and like I believe I was hearing that like over on the various.
So I typed this gentleman's name into Google, and hilariously enough, I got a Kotaku article from 2010, in which a lady at BlizzCon asked, "Hey, why does every female piece of armor in the game for WoW have to step out of the Victoria's Secret catalog?" At which point, J. Allen Brack, the CEO, and Alex Afrasiabi continued to defensively joke about her question instead of giving a sincere answer. Even after the lady walked away from the mic, the devs of the panel continued to joke about her question. What catalog would you like us to pull from?
Oh, okay.
These people are obvious. That's just the piece we saw at a public convention 10 years ago. Inside the office, this shit is so clear.
I don't know if this aspect was true. There was some reference to like the naked employee photos that were being passed around as being shared post-mortem. And I
didn't see that in the original complaint.
I don't know how verifiable that is. But dear fucking God.
Yeah, what a great, yeah.
Well, we'll see how this goes.
Best of luck to Blizzard in their lawsuit. I'm sure it'll go great.
Best of luck to the people who work at Blizzard, who are currently trying to figure out what the fuck is going to happen here.
I mean, I'm obviously being sarcastic. I mean, you eat shit, Blizzard. Which is the best of luck to people in their new job searches, of which I'm certain there will be many.
So what was the real WoW killer all along?
Like, not to get too businessy or video gamey, but WoW has had the worst month it has ever had in its life cycle, because it went from groundswell to its competitor from a natural point of view to like people going, I cannot ethically play this game. Like, I can very much imagine like hardcore WoW fans looking at their game with like disgust. Like, it is like it can be very easily said that it's tainted.
Well, I mean, at bare minimum, you know, this is one of those things where the game logo will pop up from now in the future, and like everyone in the room will have you know,
still the funniest podcast question we ever got.
The three
email
Bs.
Ever. The three Bs. BioWare, Bethesda, and Blizzard.
Yep.
That was 2013, and it was hilarious then.
I mean, not that every fucking small studio is angelic and perfect or whatever.
No, look at Lab Zero.
But at all, right? But the odds of the giant one having ridiculous skeleton dungeons are extraordinarily high.
It seems to grow linearly.
There's a chance your small studio might have a problem. It is guaranteed your large studio has a problem. The problem is just how did they deal with it? Any studio
over a certain size, you're gonna find something. Capcom recently got caught plagiarizing a ton of shit, right? Sega is partially or completely owned and run by a literal Japanese crime syndicate. Pick one. EA's just evil. Like, I'm sure we'll get shit like this out of EA in a short amount of time.
Yeah, although it does get brought into another category when you're talking about sex criminals, like on the fucking on the move.
Amazon,
you know,
which is our technical partner company, is trying to turn their warehouse workers into slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Oh, and Warcraft 3 Reforged has been put on hold.
Oh, you mean after they fired the team?
Or something.
The whole team is gone. That's what happened.
Okay. Well. Yeah. There's some other things that happened this week.
Oh, yeah? Oh, well, thank goodness. We can get away from that dire news with all the misogyny and crimes, and we can go to a nice place like Singapore where everything is good and nice. Wooly?
Yep.
You there?
Trying. Nope.
Trying?
Nope. Nope. I'm gonna drop the baton. The baton is on the floor.
So, this week, Ubisoft was in the news due to their deal with the Singaporean government. Because, what's the name of the game? It's their ship game. Fucking, god damn it, I can't remember the name.
Not Sea of Thieves.
I want to Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones has been in development for 8 years, has had no progress at all made on it. It has been rebooted multiple times a year the entire time. They have spent $120 million on it, and there's literally no game. There's nothing. But because they took a tax credit from the Singaporean government and made a studio there, they have to finish it. They have to. And bonus, despite most of the staff being Singaporean natives, if you're not French, you don't get to be promoted. So what they do is they send their French employees from the main studios to run the studio for a year or two, somewhere nice and exotic, before getting sent back home and promoted. The Singaporean employees have joked that there is a French ceiling at the studio.
Fucking Christ. Wow. Okay. Okay.
It's literally a neo-colonialist game dev studio.
Yeah. So let's cap this off the way I feel like I capped off the last time talking about this type of shit, but the end of that same podcast discussion I was describing of the old QA days, and Willie will figure it out, was about how unions can be a pretty good thing.
Hey, you know all those problems you have with unions? They're real. I don't care. They're not as bad as the problems you have right now.
There's a lot of shit that needs ironing out. But this, though, is currently, this is some wild shit.
I've been in a corrupt union. I would take my corrupt union over dealing with the boss with nothing any day of the week. It's the easiest decision in the world.
Yeah. It's if these stories don't like these types of things, if they don't provide the fucking push, you know, to
Yeah, 1,000 employees write a letter saying their company is full of shit. How about you guys write a letter saying you're unionizing and you won't take this crap or you'll all strike? How about
and
that?
and you definitely know that like the corporate response to that is always like there's no cost that is there is no cost too high to stop that from happening. You know,
Yeah.
you do absolutely everything and you can and you shut it down, open up business elsewhere.
I got a buddy
if
of mine
need
who
be.
got fired from his movie job for trying to start a union.
Sure, yeah,
He was trying to start a union over at the fucking Cineplex downtown, the big theater, Dead Center, you know, on St. Catherine.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And his his ex, ratted him out to the boss. And a couple weeks before everything was ready to go, he got fired.
Yeah, of course. You know, and it just like when you're dealing when this type of shit happens laterally between two people that are like in the company at the relatively the same position, you know, and then a shuffling occurs, like that is a shit decision from someone who has the power that is effectively not dealing with the situation properly, and that happens. As you can see, a bunch of times, but most of these stories end up being one person way higher up and multiple victims involved. And, like, this is where I imagine a union can really, really help.
Hey, this bitch gotta go or strike. Hey, this gotta happen or strike. Strikes rule.
I don't know, you know, like, and that the discussion with James was one that was kind of like, hey, like, I don't know like what the moves would be, but there are places that have set up like the initial steps to push for a game industry unionizing like movement. You know, there are discussions, there are places, there are people trying to put those bricks into place, and essentially it feels as if like if there's ever enough people pushing for it, that like an existing framework can be filled in and then launched. But that's the takeaway, I guess, on these types of stories.
Let me say one
through.
thing: if you're worried about a union, and this is the most important thing you'll ever have to hear, Mr. Everart is helping me find my gun.
He is.
What else do you need to know?
I need to know about my right to work. Don't show me a picture, though. Might hear some stories.
I regret talking to him.
Do you?
Yeah, on stream.
Mm-hmm.
It's awful.
Little disco tangent there. Don't worry about it, too, if you're confused. And I mean, there's like, there's what you described, and then there's the actual literal, like, horror story version of what you're describing, which is, in my opinion, at the very least, a police union, which is the extreme opposite end of the spectrum, where it's the same problem, where with those kinds of unions, the accountability is being deflected, right?
Yeah,
like it's the same problem.
Police unions are a different beast entirely.
Different breed, different massive fucking crazy thing. It's insane the more you find out about it, you know. But yeah, in terms of how do you stop the fucking how do you stop the Vatican moving the abusive priests around? Like that's kind of what this is. You know, it's
you strike on God.
That works. I'm pretty sure.
Actually, really, the actual solution was a huge lawsuit. That's how you stopped it.
Well, you know,
big lawsuit.
Sodom and Gomorrah were really just worker strikes that lasted a while.
Yeah.
those cities were fed up with the rules, and they decided to go on strike. And what are you going to do when you're on strike? You're going to party, you're going to booze up, and do a whole lot of butt fucking. And
that's what striking's all about.
Striking is all about it. And
putting it in the ass of the company.
Well, seems like God wasn't too happy with that, so he shut down the Walmart. You know? Anyway. Well, there's some other shit. That Singapore story's wild, though.
I can't believe... How nuts is it that you missed it? Because the Activision Blizzard thing is just so much more intense. That one's fucked up.
It just annihilated the docket there. I was gonna.
I'm gonna need to take another break. I'm gonna piss myself. I'm very sorry today.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so seeing as it is shit week on the podcast this week,
That's correct. It's shit week. Yes.
we let's keep on seeing where the slide takes us. You might be looking at all the shit news and thinking, well, that's horrible. You know, I should I'll cheer myself up by playing a good old game of New World from Amazon, the New World MMO. You know?
Oh yeah, I saw people. Some people are streaming that. I requested a code for myself.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Give it a shot. Now I'm done with FF14 until Endwalker, so maybe I'll mess around with that.
Have you booted? You haven't, but you haven't booted it up yet, have you?
No, I didn't get the key yet. I might not, but I was looking forward to checking it out.
That's cool. That's cool.
That's an Amazon Games production. Might be their first good one.
Maybe. Let's find out what happens when you boot it up.
What happens?
Apparently, it bricks your $1,500 NVIDIA GPU. The New World MMO
Cool.
is apparently responsible for killing a number of RTX 3090s and multiple players are basically reporting that the game is destroying the closed beta specifically is destroying their cards. There's an issue that results in 100% GPU usage after booting the game. The developer recommended overriding the driver settings by turning the max frame rate to off. However, I think the point at which your fucking video card gets fried is one where you're not playing with settings anymore.
So the specifically, this is a double issue. This is I believe this is impacting EVGA cards explicitly. As for some reason, something about their architecture is the only one affected by this, and it was caused by the menus in New World have no internal frame limit on them. So they would just run up thousands and thousands of frames a second and keep your GPU at like peak or past peak power draw at all times and kill it.
A couple of warnings coming out telling people that you can hopefully prevent this. You can prevent this by capping your FPS beforehand and locking it at 60. However, the fact that software can kill your hardware is exactly why compliance exists. But with PCs, you kind of get to circumvent that because there's no standardization. There's light Steam standardization.
Made a card that can kill itself if it runs at weird frame rates for too long. And Amazon made a game that can run weird frame rates at insane numbers for weird periods of time. Both of these, not the end of the world until you combine the two issues. And then you end up with a dead card, which EVGA, to its credit, is sending out replacement cards.
That's the update on the story. Is they have they've basically updated to say that yes, they will be sending out replacements to those who've had bricked 3090s. So that's nice because what the fuck. Also, it would result probably in it'd probably result in like some development hurdles for a lot of companies and a lot of people, but I think having some more aggressive compliance standards for PC platforms would, in the end, protect the consumer. Like,
yeah, you would think.
There's benefits to the wild wild west of the PC world, but these are the downsides, and I'm someone who would be in favor of like making sure it doesn't kill your hardware, for example, as a major requirement. You know.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Well, anyway, we have that, and you know, the real bummer this week, though, is that after just 1 year of operation, Tom Clancy's Elite Squad will be shutting down.
I guess Umbra won in the end.
Umbra won in the end. I was hoping you'd remember which one that was.
I did remember.
Fists in the air. Say it loud, say it proud. Umbra won. Let's go DedSec.
That's wild, dude. Live service game shutting down in under a year. Even fucking Anthem ran for longer than that.
Did you spend your
You
money?
see they were
Fuck
like
you.
showing off like Tom Clancy's XD Squad or whatever the fuck it's called.
I
like,
did.
right after they
I
announced
did.
they were shutting this thing down. Like, how
Yes.
fucking stupid do you have to be? Holy Christ!
And I also saw that, and I saw like just people going like, "What does Tom Clancy mean anymore?"
It means that he's dead, and
What
they
does-
bought the license to his name.
What is it like the XD Squad? They're just like, what is it? What does it mean? Who knows? Who knows? Yeah. Well, guns, I guess, right? Yeah, if it has guns.
It means modern military fetishism.
If it has shoot bangs, it counts. Anyway, there was a couple of announcements for things moving along. They announced the PUBG animated show from Adi Shankar, aka Castlevania showrunner.
What?
PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds will be getting an animated show.
Is this the prequel to the Callisto Protocol?
I don't know. According to their press release, this animated project is coming to Netflix, it seems. And a lot of people thought the next thing he'd be working on was the Devil May Cry thing. But seems like it's not. And quite frankly, I don't think we need to be in a rush. I think we can let that take its time. A lot of people are like, no, but when's DMC though? And I'm like, never, please. Never's good.
I don't know. Castlevania was pretty good, man.
Yeah, I guess. I just... But there's nothing wrong with never. You know what?
That's
nothing-
true, except it doesn't make anyone any money.
Never's fine. Never has been fine up until now. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. PUBG show is a thing. I guess it's going to have the guy with the tie and the helmet on it.
You know, you're making an animated show out of a property so bereft of original ideas that it tried to sue people for including fucking frying pans in their game.
So I have to wonder, I guess Mr. Shankar must have some ideas.
You must.
Because why would you agree if you didn't have some ideas?
I would flip my shit if they actually had a tie into Callisto Protocol, which is the weirdest cross-contamination of any IP ever. Ever. Do you even know what I'm talking about?
No.
Callisto Protocol is that game being made by the former devs of the Dead Space franchise, the future space thing with the zombie monsters that look like necromorphs, that is in the PUBG universe.
Oh yes, I remember that now. I remember yes, the horror thing in the PUBG universe that got announced. Correct. Took a second. Right. PUBG is trying to create a universe, and I guess step 1 is that, and then step 2 is this.
I don't
Yeah.
get it.
Step 1 probably should have been like the game itself, you know,
Step 1 should have been making unique assets.
from the game itself. But anyway, that's announced. The Minecraft movie is coming March 4th, 2022. Will follow a teenage girl and her unlikely group of adventurers in the malevolent Ender Dragon sets out on a path of destruction. That's nice.
What?
That's nice. The Witcher Nightmare of the Wolf, the animated series spin-off, also trailer dropped for that. And I, as someone who has not experienced any Witcher, have questions.
Yeah.
This doesn't appear to contain a Geralt in it.
That's fine. There's lots of characters.
So is this
I think
the kind of
Vesemir in it.
So that's my thing, is like, do the other things does the rest of the world set up in a really strong way to like move the camera to other places?
Oh yeah, there's shit happening all the time.
Cool.
There are other Witchers.
Okay.
Dude, I think that it's Vesemir this time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you just tag along with Vesemir.
It's a dude with a short hair and a goatee and a beard and a thing. Yeah. Okay.
Vesemir fucking kicks ass, dude. He's like your dad.
Well, that, and if anything, the Castlevania energy is very similar on this trailer. I guess that's just going to be the comparison point for all these Netflix animated projects from now on. Huh?
Yep.
It's just going to be like, okay, well, how much like Castlevania is it going to be like? And we'll start there and then figure it out. It was good.
Yeah, it is good. I like Malcolm McDowell's character a lot.
Okay, well, how much like Castlevania will the live-action Pokemon TV show be like?
Hopefully a lot.
Because that's rumored to apparently be in the works. I really thought... Yeah, we're on a roll today. I really thought that they were going to do a bunch of live-action movies, actually. I thought that like they did the one, and then they did the remake of the movie 2000, and I expected they would have been like, oh, let's just make a big like cinematic universe out of live action Pokemon. But it seems like they are currently rumored to be working with Netflix for a show in development, live action. So that's what.
Cool. I want to see Pikachu kill that fucking Onyx. Kill it.
In 3D.
Yeah.
You're a fan of churning butter on a stick, aren't you? You like spinning your arcade stick around.
On occasion.
How much do you like spinning your stick?
I like it okay. Why?
You like 360s? You like 720s? You feel okay about?
Do.
How do you feel about 1080s?
I can do a 1080. I can think of one character ever that I had to do a 1080 for, and it was Iron Tager for his instant kill.
So I think you also have to do a 1080 for Yatagarasu and the Dawn Valve in Battle Fantasia.
I'll believe that.
But now you will also have to do it in Guilty Gear Strive.
With Behemoth Typhoon!
In this Behemoth Typhoon. In which Behemoth Typhoon? This one. Which one is that? Don't worry about it, though.
I gotta hand it to Arxis. Somebody told them, Arxis, your characters have too many moves. And they went, okay, here's a character with 2 moves. Except one move is 10 moves.
Actually, it's 28 moves.
Is it
And
actually 28 moves?
It's 28 moves, but it's 5 moves, and they each have different states. Gold Dick Lewinson, or Gold Dick Lewis, Goldlewis Dickinson, Bruce Dickinson is announced.
Fuck that. I have to say, I want to fucking clap for Arxis for coming up with probably my favorite nickname for a character in years. The Secretary of Absolute Defense.
Correct.
Is A++.
Add
nickname.
one word and make the job title like the fucking sickest it's ever been.
Oh, it's so good.
Yep, so the big man from the Guilty Gear Strive story is showing up as the first DLC character. And he's carrying around a coffin a la Beyond the Grave, a la Django. But he is holding Area 51. Area 51 is in his possession. It is a coffin with a cryptid inside. It's not an alien.
Yes. It's not an alien. It's a cryptid. Shh.
That's crazy. Why would it be an alien? That's ridiculous.
What's an alien? I don't even know.
So he's got the so he's got the 5 moves and they have the different states. Shout outs to, so obviously there's Behemoth Typhoon, but Super 1 is Burn It Down, which is a pretty fucking good name for a super where he just calls in the Hammer of Dawn.
Yeah.
And Super 2 is Down with the System, which is my candidate for sickest super name of all time.
It's really good.
It is one of the best I've ever read. Like, it's super sick. Which requires you to do up to a 1080 to get extra hits in. So that's nice. But I'm always a fan of when a character's inputs are reflective of what you see them doing. So
Right.
Guile does a flash kick because he crouches down, and then he jumps and does a kick. Makes sense.
Yep.
A Hadoken, less sense, because you don't really have to crouch down to really go then shoot the fireball out. But
Charged characters tend to have an easier time of this concept.
it makes more sense, yes. In this case, swinging the coffin around requires you to basically spin the stick from any direction 180 degrees into any other direction, and then press a button.
Conceivable variation has,
And whichever way
different
you go,
state.
as long as you start and end on north, south, east, or west, you will get a swing of the coffin in that direction that has a particular purpose.
Did it go high? Did it go
awesome.
low? Did it go backwards? Did
Yeah.
it go up? Did it?
So the discussion over how to notate this has been great. I know, like, for me, I'm like, my brain just went immediately to the clocks because before I knew...
It has to go to the numbers. It has to do the numpad.
Because before I knew, like, when I was first learning about, like, Axel and shit, I was trying to, like, identify the way he, like, does his sickle moves, and I was going, yeah, he goes like 3 o'clock and then 12 o'clock, right? That one.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
But now it's like, okay, so let's take it from, if you want to say 12 to 6, that doesn't work because you can go 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or you could go 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and those are different moves. Those are different moves. Yeah. But it's such a visual thing that makes a lot of sense unless you play Hitbox, in which case, go fuck yourself. Eat shit, Hitbox users, get on blast. Too bad. Because if you're playing on a Hitbox, and it sucks for anyone that does, because you're like, your jump button is where your thumb is, and then you have left, down, right, And you have to fucking do the right combination of 3 by pianoing the 3, but you have to know which 3 to piano, and it's just suffering. So I feel like anybody who plays Hitbox is just gonna have to throw it out for this character. It
or
needs
just
to
not
be,
play this character.
or not play the character. But yeah, like it's exactly what you think it is, in the sense that it's like, if you swing your stick from down to up going forward, then it's almost like a golf swing, and if it hits you, it knocks you up in the air, right? But if you swing it from up to down going forward, then it's an overhead that swings and hits you low, because that's the direction the coffin is swinging in, you know? And like where you start and where you end just like visually represent the where the coffin is swinging, and it hits you in that way, and the move properties change accordingly. It's a very like logical way of designing things, and I love that. I fucking love the designs of this character. Balls out. It's
There
great.
are 28 different versions.
No. So there are 8 different Behemoth Typhoons.
Right.
Those are the coffin swinging moves. And then he has the other moves, which are his the drone attack, which can it can be short, mid, or long range. Or he has the Gatling gun, which can be short, mid, or long, or heavy fire. And those are affected by the security level, which is another meter that he has at the bottom.
This is the most Arc System Works character ever.
He's playing his own game. He has to be playing his own game.
Oh, man.
And so what you're doing is you're doing the different like low, mid, and high security level versions of those moves. And then you're doing all the Behemoth Typhoons in the air. And then you're doing his 2 supers. But the giant punch super down with the system can be amplified to 1, 2, 3 extra hits with the drones by doing extra stick rotations after inputting the initial one. So he's just a big fucking boy, and I love it. He looks so fucking cool.
I'm glad to have another heavy on the cast. I haven't been playing as much Guilty Gear as I want, but every time I go into Guilty Gear, I go to Potemkin. I can't help it because I want to play somebody heavy. But now there's a new heavy, but it looks complicated. Oh my god.
And he does a donkey kick. Like he has one of those like arms to the ground, feet up in the air, like business boot hitbox. So that looks cool. He looks like the drones that he can set up, or rather that the alien can set up, are going to be...
So no, the cryptid.
The cryptid. They're going to be a nuisance. So that's cool. And yeah, again, like I don't know if you, in the lore section, if anyone's read the breakdown of his deal, but he's the Secretary of Defense. He personally is responsible for protecting Area 51. He is on his own the equivalent of in strength of the entire White House special security. And he doesn't believe in aliens, but the cryptid that's kept inside the coffin, he's figured out something about it that's a weakness that forces it to do what he says. so that's how he's controlling it. But he doesn't believe in it being an extraterrestrial at all. So it just it's a slave alien in a coffin that has to do what he says.
No, it's a cryptid. It's a fucking cryptid. Stop saying it's alien.
And
aliens don't exist.
And it's not just like attacking. It's also things like pulling out a mirror so that he can fix his hair. Super great. Also, someone caught a little stylish design choice. When you do Down with the System level 4, his glasses break as he's like charging up, and you see the veins bulging in his head when it does a close-up on him, and the shattered glass frames shoot outside of the letterboxing borders that appear when you do a super.
So, nice.
Super cool. So yeah, Gold Dick coming this way. And I think Obama tweeted out the like a thing of like, this is where the move inspiration comes from, and it's just like Tom Arnold in Big Lebowski. This is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass scene.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's just taking it to the car.
This dude's great.
John Goodman, not Tom Arnold, excuse me.
I think they're starting too strong with the characters.
They're starting with their balls out, and I respect it. No cowardice. You gotta come in. You gotta come in with the, like, anyone that, like, you want to come in with a heavy in or out style character. Cowards and enthusiasts will part like the fucking rivers before Moses. Yeah, Goldlewis is gonna drop. I think in 2 days, in 3 days,
soon.
Yeah. And then the last thing is, it seems to be out of nowhere. No rumors of this in the time leading up to it, but Dead Space remake.
Wow.
Just like that.
Wow, just like that.
You were talking about how Dead Space holds up.
Yeah, that's why I talked about it. So, I don't know if anyone's played Dead Space 1 or 2 recently. Those games still look immaculate. They aged some of the best of anything from that generation. And let me break you down what happened with Dead Space. John Riccatello, back in 2006 or 7, wanted EA to make good games. So he commissioned Visceral to make Dead Space, which was a new studio, and he let some of the people on the Battlefield team work on a pet project called Mirror's Edge. And they both reviewed extremely well. Dead Space a little bit better, and Dead Space sold considerably better. I think it sold like 1 million or 1.5 million copies. Then Dead Space 2, they said, well, it's got to sell way more copies. It's got to sell 5 million now. And it's going to have multiplayer. It's got to have versus multiplayer so we could put the online pass in it.
Of course.
And then went, oh, okay. And so they put the shitty multiplayer in and it sucked. But the game was excellent. Dead Space 2 was absolutely fantastic. And then Dead Space 3 starts up and they go, it's got to sell 11 million copies. And put the fucking co-op in it and make more shooting. And then went, oh, okay. And Dead Space 3 is kind of bad. It didn't sell that good. It sold like a couple million copies still. And then they canceled plans for future Dead Spaces. And then they closed down Visceral. And then Glenn Schofield, the creative guy behind the main thing, he decided to leave and took some people with him. And they went and worked on Call of Duty for a little bit. And then
I had friends at Visceral.
Their own thing, and then they now they're gonna make Callisto Protocol, which is not Dead Space. And then EA saw people getting excited for Callisto Protocol, but they don't have anybody that can make a new Dead Space game because they fired all of them. So they went, remake Dead Space 1.
My friends are dead.
You had this ball. You gave this ball away. You took your ball and threw it from your yard as hard as you could. And then you saw another kid playing with your ball that you had thrown away. And you went, that's bullshit. That's my ball. And you got your friend Jimmy to paint a different ball to look like your original ball.
Pat, I have a question.
Ask me your question.
Let's say, hypothetically, I was interested at some point in the near future in playing Dead Space 1. What should I do?
Honestly, you should break out your 360. The Dead Space 1 port's controller support is weird. Dead Space 2? No problem on PC. But the Dead Space 1 port on PC has bizarre controller issues.
Okay. That's a lot of trouble.
It kind of is. Dead Space 2 is also really good.
Is there any chance that the textures or lighting won't get fucked up in this new thing?
Well, this is a remake. So I'm expecting much more than that to be fucked up. This really doesn't need a remake. It just needs a re-release.
A re-release.
With slightly updated controller support. I couldn't be more serious.
Like, the feeling I get when that exact era, that Arkham era of, like, trying to revisit it, but the newest incarnations are terrible or have problems, and there's no clear... Like, anything older than that has been ported somewhere that's fine at some point. But that exact problem of the only thing to do is plug in the PS3, the only thing to do is plug in the 360, and go get that fucking version of it going, and it's just like, oh my god. What a fucking pain in the ass.
It's a massive pain.
Okay. Well, thanks for the tip.
It's a good game.
I heard it's a good game. I heard it's a good game. Why didn't you play it back when it first came out? Oh, well, you know, I still might not. I still might never. I don't know. Who cares? Whatever. Either way, we'll see. Or we won't. I just didn't. Life goes on.
People are pointing out you can play it on the X-Sex with an old disc. It's backwards compatible.
Oh. I have one of those.
You do?
And it has a disc slot on it. Yeah. Okay.
You can probably grab the digital version too. It probably works just as well.
Then there we go. Good to know. Yay. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter about how your boss at your company is a fucking asshole, send that to whatever governmental agency in your state would help you out with that. But you can also pitch to us at castlesuperbeast@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeast@gmail.com.
No, that's not the email address at all. That's the wrong one. Erase what he just said.
Wait, what? It's not? What is it?
It's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Oh, you're right. It's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's what I said. You must have misheard me, everyone.
Anyways, you can send us a letter. You know why? Because your voice matters. Every voice
Except for everyone who has shitty letters.
Yeah, those voices. Most of you. Those voices don't matter at all. But hey, the placard right here says every voice matters. So what, are you going to argue with it?
Yeah.
Okay. We got one over here. D Jazzo says, "Hey, Willie and Pat, would like to share a story of my sister, who is a Griffith apologist. Was arguing with her about the moment Griffith sacrificed everybody, and to become Godhead. Told her how fucked up it was. She told me he wasn't wrong at all, and he was doing it for his dreams. I said, would you sacrifice me and your family for your dreams? And she looked at me and just smiled. And I still think about that this day, and it scares me."
Sounds like you need a new sister. Ask your parents for a new one.
I don't know how the return policy works on that, but Yeah, everyone's got that friend who took the wrong thing, who got the wrong takeaway from the scene or the wrong story. You know, usually I think the X was right movement of a couple
X
of years
did nothing wrong. It might be the worst movement
X did
ever.
nothing wrong is worse than X was right. Yes. Because sometimes, usually, if they're well written, you're right. If they're well written, X was right, but they were just crazy about how they were going about solving the problem.
Or they were right, but they did wrong things.
Yes. But X did nothing wrong is so much more inflammatory. Because every horrible atrocity committed was like, no, it was justified. I don't care.
Yeah, that was all good.
Who died? What? Your favorite characters? Too bad. It was worth it. It was the morally correct thing to do. Oh, yeah, that's way more inflammatory. Yeah, that's an important distinction.
The Geth did nothing wrong is a real statement I have actually said out loud in my Mass Effect playthrough, and I completely believe it.
We got one coming in from a frustrated VF fan. Says, Dear William Pat,
Man.
Long rant, quick question. Has there ever been a product launch more misguided than Virtua Fighter Ultimate Showdown? Not just in gaming, but any kind of release to any market. I've been a Virtua Fighter fan since Final Showdown, been playing for nearly a decade, own a copy of Yakuza 6 at Judgment, and Like a Dragon in order to have a VF on modern hardware. I thought I'd be overjoyed by the re-release of the only fighting game design that I really, really like. After being completely confused this year by the tweets about Virtua Fighter esports, I was a bit excited for some news coming in regards to a new VF. Definitely didn't expect the Yakuza team, who never made an online game that I know of, to be asked to remake the PlayStation 3 VF with fewer cosmetic options and no significant advancements. Easy to say that the netcode isn't up to standard. It plays exactly as badly as the PS3 version did. Inputs are eaten. Your input delay can be 10 frames or worse on really bad connections. It's also easy to say they put an extra effort into absorption netcode just so that it ended up ineffective but more expensive. It's easy to be confused why a legacy niche franchise thought it would be a good idea to release it within a week of launch of the most hyped fighting game of 2021. One which had already impressed people with a beta performance and netcode implementations, Guilty Gear Strive. I am confused as to why they released it as a PS Plus title free for a month, which makes the game disposable in many people's eyes, perhaps even worthless after they play a game or two if they don't find it that fun. The streams are lucky to get triple digits currently. As I type, the Twitch has 4 channels, 176 viewers across total. One high-profile Tekken streamer put YouTube videos up openly mocking Virtua Fighter for being ridiculously out of date, and when this game was forgotten about, it wasn't a huge laughingstock, but now, thanks to Ultimate Showdown, it is. So again, has there ever been a launch that has done more to punch itself in the face than this?
So, before we continue, yes, there have been tons. There's so many I actually can't think of one off the top. But Stadia. But I can tell you with absolute certainty from personal experience that Sega of Japan's marketing and planning divisions have no idea what they are doing. They are astonishingly incompetent at every level.
Yeah, I wonder when you see these games over the last couple of Yakuza arcade machine inclusions, you see them as like a really cool, fun bonus game that was, like exposed to people that never saw or touched Virtua Fighter before that. And it came across as like a curious novelty series that was like, oh, this is a cool little old thing. it'd be nice if something happened with this at some point. And there must have been someone internally that was, very spirited and passionate about making a proper release for this project in some way, shape, or form. And I didn't realize that was the that it was RGG team, I guess, that was responsible for like how this shaped up until this person, I guess, mentioned it here. But the $0 that this thing had to handle this entire port aside, he is super right in that this has gone from a curiosity that people kind of enjoyed as a novelty arcade machine to something that people are now negative in opinion about, where there was no negative opinion before because of how botched of a release this was.
So one of the things he points out that most people probably don't even remember is that he describes that as a PlayStation Plus game, it gives the indication that the game is valueless, especially when you play it and you have a terrible netcode experience. The thing that most people don't remember is that the initial release of Final Showdown was as the first PlayStation Plus free title. So aside from the 2005 and 6 releases of VF5 version B,
it was a
Virtua Fighter has been free.
It is a free game
for like 12, 13 years.
Huh.
And it's a free series.
Wow.
That you go to play online and plays like shit.
Wow. I
what
did not know that.
What fucking chance does it have? Like, really? It reads as free to play trash.
Like the fact that it's free, which again would allow lots of people that never touched it to touch it. The fact that
it's good. That kind of free thing works on word of mouth. But if they get online and they play it and it sucks, they're not going to tell their friends to get it and buy it after the period has ended.
Exactly. And I'm sure lots of people have gotten into it from enjoying it inside of Yakuza. I'm sure there's a huge number of those people.
Yeah, sure.
And
as it coming novelty. Out as a free novelty as a inside their real game.
Exactly. And the fact that it's like, yeah, the release window like 1 week or right before Strive or so, like, no, like the announcement itself just being what is this product? I don't know. X esports, and then it's a remake. How do we know? Because someone saw the rating board leak, and then from the rating board leak to it's here. And then one interview about how they just like, yeah, we heard about the netcode, but we wanted to do something. And then it just the fact that it's gone from like positive novelty goodwill into negative is a wild 180 that I when I saw that esports announcement, I couldn't have imagined this is what was going to happen,
Every single moment of talking about Virtua Fighter since the trailer of Virtua Fighter Esports has had me being upset. Like, I saw the Virtua Fighter Esports trailer, which was nothing. It was Akira doing a couple poses and the words Virtua Fighter Esports. And do you remember me going on Twitter and being like irrationally furious at it and being like, they're gonna fuck it up? I'm watching them fuck it up right now, based off of nothing other than the fact that I am used to playing Virtua Fighter and them fucking it up. They fucked it up.
The rollback wars are supposed to kill the new games and save the old ones. It's not supposed to be like this.
Yeah.
You're supposed to save the old games by putting it in. And the new ones come out and fucking die because they're too ignorant. This is not what was meant to be, man. It's upsetting the timeline. Anyway, Yeah. Lastly,
Virtua Fighter now.
I hate you. You should. You should. Jared says,
And it hates me.
Virtua Fighter doesn't hate you, just Sega. Dear Dread Kong and Baby Bowser, the other day I was listening to episode 36. Been working my way through on the commutes of the podcast. Was enjoying Willie's laughing at Justin Trudeau's blackface photos that leaked during the 2019 election. Part of my commute
Still
was...
got elected!
Sure did. Takes me to a park near my house. For reference, I'm a white guy in his early 20s. So imagine my horror when, with my windows down, Wooly yells, "I love blackface!" And every family, children in tow, looks over at me in disgust. Damn it, Wooly, you got me good. Well, Jared, you're 36 episodes in. You knew what you signed up for. And if you're listening in your car, on your car speakers, out loud, with the fucking windows down, that is on you, all your fault on you.
That being said, luckily you were in your car, thus enabling a quick escape.
That being said, I still love blackface.
He loves it. He loves blackface.
It shows you what's what real quick.
It's really fast.
It's so obvious right away. You don't have to you don't have to comb through the words and the deeds.
No need for nuance. No need for explanation.
No double speak. No hidden fucking intonations. No coded language. It's so clear. Instantaneous understanding. It's the best.
Everybody knows what's going on.
There's no confusion. We love it. It's great.
There's the one alternate to this that is also funny. You're gonna play an Arab character, but you still went with blackface.
Yes. Correct.
You're playing Aladdin, still went with hard blackface.
I think he browned. He
got his knees.
I think he browned around a little bit.
He did his knees.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know he was dedicated.
Mm-hmm. And again, it just happened to be in an election cycle where his opponent was Sikh, and it was kind of wild in its timing and nature. How many times, Mr. Prime Minister, would you say you've done blackface? Could you round it up to the nearest 5?
That wasn't the question that got me. The question that got me that I couldn't believe was, Prime Minister, how many of these photos are going to surface? I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
Can you round it to the nearest 5? You know?
How many Halloweens are there in a year?
You love it. You love to see it. You love to see it. Castle Super Beast supports blackface.
I'm gonna state that I'm
This
not
is
on that. So
a pro.
You are speaking unilaterally for that.
You love to see it because it clears things up. It clears things up. You get to understand immediately. And who doesn't like clarity? I like a world that's very clear. You know, I like when things, you might call them, are black and white. We'll see you next week.
Bye, everybody.